Hi guys, my name is iPhong and welcome back to Katawa Shoujo the visual novels. In the previous episode, I crashed out. I thought I was done with Amy's route and Rin's route. Now, let me tell you what happened from the very beginnings. Katawa Shoujo is a game made by 4-Leaf Studios. And it's free on Steam. I had zero idea what Katawa Shoujo the visual novel is all about. And it's free on Steam, so I feel like download the visual novels and try to read what it's about. And I had fun. The storyline is very good. And I really like the ideas of having me, the main protagonist, and trying to like choose and follow the girl's route. And most of these girls are disabilities, are disabled. And in the second episode, there's Rin's drawing has a woman's private body parts, and I thought it was everything. I thought that was all the content they showed me. It's the only thing that got censored there. And I talked a lot in the previous episode as well. After I finished Amy's bad ending. And yeah, I tried to look up on the internet and to see people reaction on the same route, the same result. And I was surprised to see, oh, that character didn't wear anything. So I was like, am I missing something? So I talk about it, about censorship versus anti-censorship, uncensored, and I talk a lot about other topics as well. But yeah, still, in the previous episode I talked more than an hour. The talk is longer than the reading the visual novel, so I want to apologize for that. And I tried to look it up, and it turns out I didn't pay attention of the website before I actually launching this visual novels windows. And it's katawashoujo.com. Also, you can actually go to itch.io. The link of the visual novel is in the description down below, by the way. And I look at the game's website and also itch.io, and they do have the 18 plus patch. I downloaded the 18 plus patch, put it on the Katawa Shoujo game folders on my PC, and you click the option, and there it is, the checkbox. If the adult content is disabled or enables. And I also try to do a check just in case by going to extra and galleries. And I also see changes on Rin's image. This is not that bad, so I can actually show it. So I remember in the censored versions, Rin's shirt button up, while in the uncensored versions, Rin's shirts got unbuttoned. It's not that bad. I did quick check, so I can actually show that on full screen. And there we go, covered with blanket. And I go back here, and yeah, there are 100% change on Amy's good ending, but I'm not going to show it full screen for obvious reason. But yeah, originally my plan is to start all the way from the beginnings to see what is going to happen to when I follow Shizune's route or Hanako's route or Lily's route. But I look it up on the internet, Steam communities or Reddit, and I want to make sure if I miss anything this whole time from episode 1 to episode 12 when I play the censored versions. Of course I miss out the adult scenes obviously, but am I missing the storyline or the plot? I looked it up on the internet and oh my god, people got really upset. So you know what? Here's the plan. This episode, I'm going to play Amy's route again, but only for the good endings. The next episode, same thing but Rin's route, but just only focus on the text history, the dialogues. Yeah, there will be black boxes because even though I can separate fiction away from realities, I know it's just a piece of paper, illustrations. Not gonna lie though, the illustration, background art is amazing. Soundtracks, very good to be honest. Very good. Even though that I got the copyright claims with this song, it's a moment of decision. I really wish that they credit who makes which soundtrack on the side though, and I also wish that there's like a credit somewhere, so like people don't have to like play all the games and then like you see the credits and then they want to see credit again, but yeah, they have to take a lot of times to just spamming to the load screen. Yeah, I really wish to have this at least in the option menu, but nah. Also language selections, I don't see anything change. I still gonna stick it with English because I understand none of this. Sorry, I can only understand English. There's no Vietnamese in the language selection though. But yeah, I can understand English. So let's go back to load. So what I'm going to do is going to famous last words, and I'm trying to do the same thing as my first time playing with Amy's route because I feel like it's maybe quicker. And because oh my god, that one episode, my previous episode, over 4 hours of reading the visual novels. My god, I'm not gonna lie, I was tired. Okay, but yeah. Also, like I have to explain. Yeah, I actually do the test after I put the 18 plus patch in the Katawa Shoujo game folders to make sure that I did something right. I don't pay attention to a dialogue, I just only spamming space bar and the left mouse clicks. But in today's videos, I'm gonna pay full attention to the dialogues, the text history. So we're going to go back to famous last words. I'm gonna run with Amy. Still, I feel like I should at least offer to run with her. Sure. Hey, I'll run with you. I might as well, right? Amy shook her head in particularly. No, you won't. His arrest is critical for you, remember? I won't allow you to push yourself too hard. I guess she better at giving advice than taking it. Well, whatever you say, Amy, I think it's probably best not to press the issue. And it's rain. As we approach the girls' dormitory, it starts to rain again. Amy's expression sounds like slightly. Oh man, stupid rain. Hey, it will let up soon enough. You can go running then, right? Amy snorts, seemingly amused. Like I'm not going to run in the rain. But you shouldn't, you could catch a cold. Amy waves her hand airily. Ridiculous, I don't get cold. My immune system is far too strong for something like that. I can have a laugh. Well, I'll see you tomorrow then, okay? Yeah. Thanks for coming. Oh, and for carrying the picnic basket. I'll bring it for lunch tomorrow. We can have our picnic on the roof. Sounds good to me. See you then. Amy grabs the basket from me and shoots through the door. Ring gives me a sort of half nod and ambles inside as well. Dang, it's wet out here. I need to go back. I need to get back to my room and into some dry clothes. I'm still in front of my door, but I'm intercepted by a sudden appearance of Kenji, who appears to be carrying a stack of books. Hey man, give me a hand with you. Huh? The book unceremoniously dumps into my arms as Kenji fumbles with his room key. Thanks your lifesavers. If you weren't around, I have to keep my door unlocked, and that's just begging for troubles. The perfect opportunity to set up an ambush, or maybe just plant a bomb if they don't want to get their hands too dirty. Probably don't. Afraid they'll break a nail or something if they have to stab me. Woman. My mind thinks about digesting the verbal torrent that's just been unleashed, but I like to remain comfortably in the dark. Anyway, where have you been, man? I could have used some help carrying this back from the library. I knocked on your door, but you weren't there. Oh, sorry. Not really. You appear to think I'm some kind of pack mule. I was out with Amy and Rin. Kenji staggers back in shocks. It looks like I just shot his dog if he had a dog. The limbless lady again. What you do this time? When we went up at the Shanghai, I'm prevented from continuing by a sudden exclamation of despair. The Shanghai? Why the Shanghai? No, man. You can't just go to the dang Shanghai. It's the most dangerous place in the city. A veritable stronghold of the best agents. I know, I met them. There's nothing to lure you into a false sense of security, and then bam. He hits his door for emphasis. One is gone, but one is gone. Bus pass, gone. Identity, effing gone, man. Promise me you won't go there again. He seems so vehemently opposed to the idea of the Shanghai that I'm willing to lie a little in order to get to my room. So I won't go there again, or at least I won't ever tell you I've gone there again. This seems to mollify my bespectacled companions. Good. Sorry to come on so strong, but I know the danger there too well to let you just wander into the lion's den again. You got out of there light once, but twice is pushing it. Yeah, well, I need to get changed and do some homework. So I'll see you later. Oh sure, whatever. I suddenly remember that I'm still holding his book. You better take this. I guess I claim up one of the titles. Something about cryptography. What a weirdo. Kenji grabs his precious cargo from me and disappears through his doorway. I open my own door and walk in, grateful to get out my soaking wet clothes. The rain outside pick up, and I find myself hoping that Amy is not out running in this weather. She seems so adamant about doing the run alone. I can't help but wonder if her leg is still bothering her. I try to remember whether or not I've seen her limping out today, but I can't. Guess I was too caught up enjoying the day, even if it did rain on us. As I think back over the events of today, I keep finding myself focusing on my running partner. Her complete refusal to allow the rain to spoil her plans was incredibly cute, but there was something else there too. Sort of unflappable attitude when it comes to enjoying the day as it comes. I really like that quality. Maybe I need to do a little of that myself. Also, I don't know what's going to happen with Shizune's route and Hanako's route and Lily's route, so do not spoil ahead, alright? And also, if you have weak heart condition, if you're having bad mental health like depression or non-living thoughts, then be prepared before watching these videos, alright? The sound of my alarm brings me out of a dream involving pirates and some other stuff I can't really remember. I'm a little bleary-eyed and it feels like it takes me longer than usual to get dressed and down to the track. A glance at my watch reveals that I was right. And I am in fact running a little late. The thing is, there's no Emmy. That's odd. She should be here. She definitely should be here. I mean, I was late. I guess I wasn't the only one who had trouble waking up this morning. The thought crosses in my mind that it never quite stopped raining yesterday. Did she go running anyway? It's exactly. Emmy's a lot of things, but cautious isn't one of them. She probably figured the rain wouldn't stop, and that's why she was so adamant about running alone. Still, I would have gladly run with her, even if it was in the rain. Heck, if anything, I would have been able to convince her to come in once it got really bad. Yeah, that would be why she didn't want me along, of course. Even so, I can't help wanting to know where she is. But not to worry, I better straight and run and hope that Emmy shows up with a grin and an excuse. On my cool down lap, I am forced to admit that Emmy isn't showing up. Furthermore, I have no idea where she is. Anxiety groans at me. Anxiety gnaws at me, while at the same time I wonder just why I'm so worried over her. The run helped to take my mind off it for a little while, but now that I'm finished, I'm back to worrying. It was weird not having her here. Downright unnerving, it suddenly dawns on me that I've been running to hang out with Emmy as much as I've been running to stay healthy, probably more to be with Emmy now that I think of it. It's one of those things that are completely obvious, yet somehow I never realized it. She really is someone I enjoy being with. As a revelation goes, it's hardly worth shaking. All the same, I find myself feeling slightly shocked. When did this happen? Well, no time to think about this. Though I want to ponder these new developments, I have a greater desire to find out what's happened to Emmy. I asked the nurse when I stopped to see him. Well, you seem to be in the good shape, he sound. That's good to hear. I replaced my shirt and stand to leave as usual, except instead of leaving, I asked a question. Hey, where's Emmy? She didn't show up this morning. Is she okay? And while I tried to valiantly to conceal the anxiety in my voice, the nurse's expression suggests that I failed miserably. You mean she didn't tell you? She's sick in bed. What, sick? The nurse shrugs. Yeah, she came to my office early this morning with a fever. To be honest, I'm surprised she made it here. She was burning up when she arrived. I believe she planned to let you know, but she asked me to tell you. Oh, shoot. I look up on the internet and I was wondering why the social media influencer said that Katawa Shoujo is a ecchi visual novels. And this whole time, from episode 1 to episode 12, I thought it was a family-friendly games. But when I look up on the internet, yeah. That's my reaction. I get it now. But man, looking up on the internet to see that if I miss anything without the adult contents. But it turns out, Jesus Christ, people are really angry. So I feel like the right thing to do is to play the route again, but try to get the best endings as much as possible. And yeah, you're gonna get the reward of having adult scenes there. So yeah, but I feel like do I really miss some things? Is there going to be like the change of dialogue, change of text history? Because I would be upset too. I would be angry too, because man, the censorship part I see on Steam sucks. Alright, it sucks, and it's forced original creators to have to modify the storyline and also modify the illustrations. For example, giving pajamas to Emmys. But no, I want the original creators to do whatever they want, and they already know ahead that it's the storyline is not for everybody. It's going to be age restricted. But the platform said no. Doesn't make any sense. The game's already age restricted. But why there's a need of more censorship? Why? You destroyed the game's charm. You destroyed the visual novel's charms. There's no need for this. The nurse gives me a sheepish smile that seems at least partially sincere. I thought I'd stop by the track to let you know in case she forgot to. Sorry about that. But we don't need to tell me I forgot, right? I returned the nurse's smile with a devious one of my own. Oh, of course not. This is fine blackmail materials. I save for whatever. I save for whenever I need a favor from you. The nurse laughs. Well, I guess I deserve that. But you know, I got tons of blackmail on you that you're not even aware of. So don't push your luck, okay? My expression earns another laugh from the nurse. I'm just kidding, Hisao. But seriously, don't tell me I forgot, okay? Your secret is saving me. Oh good, now go on, get out here. Wait, I got one more question. Shoot, is she going to be okay? Oh yeah, definitely. Her fever was high, but it was already starting to go down by the time she came by my office. I'll probably check up on her again at lunch to be sure, but I expect she'll be up and about by the evening no matter what I tell her. Maybe I should visit her after class. It takes me a second to realize I've spoken out loud. The nurse raises her eyebrow and gives me a searching glance up for a moment. Well, it might not be a bad idea. You could let me know if she's taken a turn for the worse, I guess. But no funny business, you got it? I know what made you on after all. I think that's a threat against my life, but I'm not sure. Either way, I assure that the nurse that my attention are chaste and I see the office. Interesting that the nurse sees me as some sort of potential suitors to Amy. Even more interesting is how pleased that makes me feel. I need a shower. The lunch bell rings, and I find myself disinclined to make my way up to the roof. After all, I'm betting Rin knows where Amy is, and if that's the case, then I doubt she bothered going up there. More to the point, I doubt we have any sort of scintillating conversation if she did. Chances are she preferred to be alone up there anyway, so I don't accidentally ruin her train of thought or something. Unfortunately, I don't really feel like heading to the cafeteria either. Guess I'll go to the library instead. I need a new book to read anyway, having finished my other one yesterday before bed. Maybe I can find more by the same authors. I love libraries. They smell like dust and paper and ink. All the story and facts and opinions crowded together in one place makes the air come alive with potentials. I'm not sure how to navigate Yamaku's library yet. Having mostly stuck to books I brought with me, so I searched for the librarians to ask for help. I suppose she's not around. I can't believe it. Yuko, looking rather distracted, suddenly emerged from one of the aisles. Excuse me? Okay, I have you. Actually, I was looking for a book. So I might. Advanced cryptography. We just got it in and now it's gone missing. I really wanted to read that one. Cryptography? Yeah, that is. This guy I knew, I'm not sure how to describe it. Skip to the end. He got me interested in cryptography, only now the book's gone and I think it's been stolen. It's pretty terrible. Yeah, especially because now I have to search the whole library for it. Even though it's probably not even here. You seem busy. A little. She dashes up down another aisle and I resign myself to finding my own damn book. Plenty of choice. Oh come on, how did I get lost? It's on even printed book, they're all in braille. I guess that makes sense in a school like this, but honestly it's a little annoying. I'm sorry, is someone there? A lifting voice dripped out from behind one of the cubicles set up for research. As I approach, I see that Lily been reading a book while I've been stomping about the aisles. Oh no, I should be apologizing. I didn't mean to make so much noise. Mai, is that you, Hisao? I've not heard from you in quite some time. I was beginning to think you've forgotten all about me. Sorry. Lily laughs in that refined manner of hers and shake her head. I'm only teasing you, Hisao. From what I hear, you've been busy. Morning runs with Ibarazaki Emi and lunch on the rooftop, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, guess words get around pretty quickly. That I can't coach poor Hanako on the roof anymore. You three are always up there claiming the spot for yourself. She chides me gently, though it's pretty clear she is just teasing me again. Still, I feel an odd need to apologize. Sorry, we could eat lunch somewhere else if it's a real problem. Oh no, I wouldn't worry about it. Hanako and I have other things to do at lunch too, such as read in the library as you can see. Oh, Hanako's here too. I didn't see her. Lily smiled a bit enigmatically. Oh, she around somewhere. But I'm surprised you're in here instead of up there. What brings you to the library where Amy is ill, so there's no lunch on the rooftop to keep me occupied. Lily raises an eyebrow at my statement before giving another chuckles. My poor Rin must feel about. It's not like that. But I'm sure it isn't. Amy tends to be the life of whatever group she in. It's a shame to hear she fallen ill. Will she be okay? Somehow I get the feeling that Lily's just inquiring out politeness, but I respond anyway. The nurse thinks so. I'm going to swing by and see how she's doing at the school myself. Another raises eyebrow. My, what a noble gentleman you are, Hisao. It's nothing really, just checking up on my friend after all. So it's just friend, is it? How disappointing. I blush, glad that Lily can see it. But somehow she knows that I'm being flustered by her comment anyway and laugh. I'm sorry Hisao, teasing you again. Please do tell Amy that I hope she feels better, won't you? A glance at my watch reveals that I'm very nearly out of time to find my book. Of course. Hey, I gotta find a book before lunch is over, so I better get moving. See you later. That was probably not the best phrase to use. Lily, however, takes my gap is right. Until we meet again, Hisao. I never do find the book I was looking for, but I walk out with something else instead. My stomach growled slightly, letting me know that I should have had something for lunch. Oh well, I grab something before I visit Amy later. Also, I look it up on the internet. The majority of people are angry because Lily's adorn scenes. I haven't seen it, but without Lily's adorn scene, the storyline is ruined. Alright, people will be missing a lot. So thank God for me, but at the same time, curse you payment processors, curse you Steam. There's no need for this. My God. It seems as if time has decided to slow down for the express purpose of annoying the heck out of me. Plus feels like it drags on for ages. I suspect that my being consumed with worry probably has something to do with it. Presently, the bells ring and I dash out of class, drawing a few raised eyebrows, I'm sure. I have spent the majority of the day fretting as obtrusively as I could. Even though the nurse thinks that Amy is perfectly okay, I want to see for myself. And if there's censorship needed, I will be putting a lot of black boxes. Just in case, you know. It hurts me when I say this, to be honest. But people on social media dislike to restrict their videos to only over 18 years old user to watch it. So they try their best to edit the videos as much as they can. But I don't know. I still feel bad for Leap Studio, by the way. I still feel bad for them because it's their baby, it's their visual novels. Like, why? They do whatever they want. The games, originally the storylines, yeah, no, the girls, they are disabled. Rin has no arm, Amy has no legs, Shizune cannot speak. I don't think Lily's can see, right? Hanako's has something on her face. Then yeah, I feel like most of them going to have some things going on. So like I feel like the storylines, yeah, is not for all audience already. So like there's no need to force original creators to modify the storyline and modify the illustrations and cut something off, because the visual novel is gonna lose its charms, and I don't like it. When the game is already age restricted, does it end up story? No need to have platform to force the original creators to change things up. No need for this. But at the same time, for the sake of the videos, people react to it. There's risk Alright, there's risk. So what I do is only show you as much as it can. Like still show you the scripts, still show you text history, still show you the dialogues, but nothing much of what is going on at the background. But that's the plan, alright? That's the plan. It doesn't take long to get to the girl's dormitory and make my way to Amy's room. Standing outside her door, I suddenly pause. What if she resting? I hate to wake her up, especially if she still feels ill. Then again, if she sleeps all day, then it could throw off her sleeping schedule. But rest is important if you're ill, isn't it? I can't decide what to do, so I settle for standing outside the door looking like an idiot. Then I hear Amy's voice from behind the door. Thanks for your concern, but I really am okay. Is she talking to me? I'll see you at practice tomorrow. Guess not. Still, clearly she's not asleep, so I can knock her without worry. So why this clenched feeling in my gut? I wasn't nervous about dropping by the other day, so why today? Granted, I still haven't really had time to figure out this newfound interest in Amy's well-being. I don't have a lot of experience in the matter, of course, but certainly this seems to go beyond feelings of mere friendship. But could I take that step? Could I even bring myself to risk what I have right now? Good question though. The risk of reading the visual novels with 18 plus patch, making videos, post it on social medias, and praying God that don't have the videos removed out the internet. I mean, it's enough to be friends with her, isn't it? Also, I do wish that most of the characters in the visual novel at least have voice artists. I wish, but no. But it's still, yeah, honestly, without the warning, then yeah, okay. But at the same time, I mean, without the warning, yes, it's actually get you away from getting spotted by these social medias and take the videos down off the internet. But still, like, the original creators, they want to do their best as they can. So like, yeah, let the original creators do whatever they want. And if the people who review games, people who react to the games, yeah, they don't own the game, so they don't have the right to dictate the original creators of what to do. So yeah, the editing jobs it still belongs to the people who review or react to the game, but still notified to the audience that hey, there are scenes that is not for anyone under 18 years old. So like we try our best to like put the videos on the internet, but to make it safe for the platform, especially these social medias, that we have to edit it as much as we can. But yeah, it pains me to say it. Yeah, I am anti-censorship, but it pains me to say it. But I have to do it. Because yeah, people are paying attention to the storyline, the plot. You know. Of course, yeah, people appreciate the art, but at the same time, yeah. I mean, I totally get it. Maybe original creators understand. Yeah, the social media is YouTube after all. And I think the same things for other social media as well, like Twitch or Kick or Facebook, but still. I'm very worried because yeah, I make videos and then I edit and it's gonna take a long time. But that's the main point on trying not to age restrict the challenge, right? Let's see how many black box I edit in this video. Either way, shouldn't I just open the door and just see how is she doing? That's why I came here, right? What if she's not stressed yet? The image that flashes through my mind causes my heart to skip a beat, literally. I should probably not ever think those thoughts again, not if I want to avoid a heart attack. I suddenly realize I'm still standing in the hallway looking like an idiot. Amy still seems to be in the middle of a conversation, but not anyway. Hopefully she won't mind the interruption. You're worried too much. Come in, the door is unlocked. So it is, I open the door and step in, which is about where my thought process comes to a grinding halt. Amy is sitting up in bed, her head tossed down, a day spent asleep. I think this is the first time I've seen her without those familiar beads in her hair. Her gym shorts and bloomers obviously hastily put on before I came in, or greased and folded from less than proper storage. Her legs are laid bare on the sheets. I never seen Amy's without prosthetic before, yet here she is, slender legs terminating in stumps just below her knees. But as odd as the sight is, I find myself more captivated by everything north of the waist. It seems that Amy had finished her conversation with whoever was on the phone with her and is now watching my reaction closely out of her one open eye as she wipes sleep from the others. Her expression, far from being embarrassed, is rather one of the surprisingly wide yawn, one perhaps appropriate from such a small mouth. A grin that for a brief moment seems almost flirtatious tugs at the corner of her mouth as she takes the sight of me in. I can do nothing but remain a state fluctuating between fear, confusion, and not a little bit of lust. Amy hastily sweeps her hair out of her eye, fixing it back into place before addressing me. He seemed a bit caught up on his how. A wave of laughter erupts from her, and I find myself grinning and rubbing the back of my head ruefully. Sorry, I just never seen someone so this hero look so attractive. Never seen you without your legs on. I never seen you look so sorry. Amy giggles again and moved to sit up a little straighter. I'm caught up in the moments of her shirt, very nearly losing myself. I'm caught up in the movement of her shirt, very nearly losing myself. I was wondering what your reaction would be. The nurse called and told me you were going to drop by, you see. And I know you haven't seen me, without legs. I respond in the tone of casual surprise. Oh, you don't have them on? I didn't notice. This is almost the truth, I very nearly didn't. I'm not trying to be suave or anything, mind you. Somehow I think Amy would get offended by that. Instead, she sticks her tongue out me and chucks a pillow at my head. But I definitely catch the pillow and take careful aim before throwing. Amy laughs and rolls to one side, dodging my shot. The shifting of her shirt distracting me enough so that the next thrown pillow hits me right between the eyes. Oof. I retaliate, of course, and once I retaliate twice, well, a war was bound to break out sooner or later. And really, when Amy appears to have far better aim than me, well, it was just a matter of time before I had to resort of non-living charge. Gotcha. Eep. Pillow fights. And once the charge was accomplished, well, of course I have to wrestle the pillows away from her. And with that kind of struggles, of course we wind up in this sort of position. I'm ready. And so I find myself staring down at her from my position atop her. She grinning, eyes sparkling with amusement, maybe a little sweaty now from our tussles. Her chest is heaving up and down, sucking in air. Small bit of my brain that is not currently enraptured by the size and the smell of her observe that she must still be ill, because her stamina is not what it should be. We stayed that way for a while. I'm not sure how long, because everything seems to go fuzzy, everything that isn't her anyway. Her eyes miss mine, and deep inside them I almost catch a glimpse of what fear, longing, hope. Amy? A cough suddenly convulsed her, and I'm almost stumbling in my haste to get up to apologize for everything. Sorry, I shouldn't have. It's fine. She gives me a reassuring pat on the shoulders. So what brings you here? She's still breathing hard, and that caused her voice to shake slightly, where before I was rudely assaulted by pillows, I came to see how you were doing. This earns me another shove, and I very nearly fall off her bed. Amy's eyes sparkle again, and I wonder how I ever noticed how attractive they are before. Consumed with worry, were you? Her tone is mocking, haughty, teasing. She throws her arm across her forehead dramatically, grin still apparent from underneath. couldn't bear the thought of me laying deadly ill. As we both recover from our previous wrestling match, Amy appears to fall back on teasing me. Yep, I wouldn't say consumed with worry, but after you didn't show up this morning like a total wuss. Amy passed, crossing her armpit dolently and sticking her lower lips out. It's not my phone. Wouldn't allow it. So he wouldn't. I completely believe you. Amy stick her tongue out again. You're such a jerk, he sound. So how was your day then? Did you enjoy slacking off? Not really. The phone woke me up pretty early on. The phone? Yeah, the captain of the team called to make sure I was doing okay. Also to let me know it was okay to skip practice. Good, at least she wasn't alone all day. Someone checked up on her. Although I can't help but think that it should have been me. Oh, that's good. He really keeps an eye on you, huh? Amy shrugs. It's his job. Part of being the captain means you know where your team members are when they are not in school. Still, I guess it was nice of him to call her. Yep, sure was. Amy Johnson shimmies down into more comfortable position. So how was your day? Kind of uneventful, you know. I went ahead and ran by myself and talked with the nurse about how you were doing. I mean the day's events, not of which are particularly engrossing. That's why I'm distracted by an arm finding its way across my waist. It seems that Amy fell asleep on while I was talking, so I draw her blanket to cover us. She rolled over onto her side, and now one leg is thrown over my legs, effectively trapping me. Hey! It seems a shame to wake her, but I have things to do. I gently shake her, but in response she only tightened her arm, grips on me and sighed a little. My resistance to this position crumbles rather quickly. The feeling of her body breathing steadily is both calming and incredibly stimulating at the time. My breathing cannot decide if it wants to relax or speed up. Relaxation wins, and I find myself putting an arm around Amy. I think I'm in love. The words slip out and hang in the air unnoticed. At least I hope they gone unnoticed. Amy whimpers weakly through her dreams, and her grip suddenly tightens again. For the first time since I know her, I see tears running down Amy's face. It feels like my heart is about to break. I instantly tighten my own grips and stroke her hair in what I hope is a soothing manner. Words of comfort, meaningless in this situation, spring to mind. Maybe I should wake her. Are you supposed to wake up people having nightmares? I can't for the life of me remembers. The decision is taken from me as Amy suddenly jerks awake with a cry and calling out her dad. This is more than I think I want to hear without her knowing. I quickly sit upright and gently shake her shoulder to stop her. Hey, you okay? What a silly question. Huh, what? He sound. He shake her head as if to clear it and quickly runs her eyes. You had a nightmare, I think. Amy shrugged again and glances up at me a little cautiously, as if unsure whether or not she's actually up. Yeah, I guess so. You want to talk about it? A speedy internal debate seems to be going on in her head, which resolved itself with a shrug. Nah, I don't really remember much of it. I'm pretty sure she's lying to me, but somehow I don't think I should press the issues. Amy shuddered again and turns toward me, looking a little sheepish. Sorry for falling asleep on you like that. I give my words as soothing as I can. Hey, don't worry about it, you'll be ill. Yeah, I guess that girl medicines just make me a little drowsy. I guess so. Amy does not strike me as the sort of person who falls asleep at the drop of a hat. Reed maybe, but Amy is far too energetic. Amy gives a half smile at my response, and then just like that, she's back to her old self. Well, prepare yourself for tomorrow morning, he sound. We have to go twice. It's as hard to make up for today, but I went running this morning. No excuse. Oh, fine, I'll be ready for you. Amy not satisfied. Good. I take this as my cue to exit. Well, I better get going, especially if I want to get enough sleep for tomorrow. I hop up the bed and head for the door. Hey, he sound. I pivot neatly on my heel and face Amy. She opened her mouth to say something, and then another first I see her falter slightly. She closes her mouth and opens it up again. Thanks for dropping by. I mean, you're kind of the first visitor I have ever had who wasn't Rin. Now that's surprising. I would figure that Amy would have people dropping by all the time. She's certainly popular now, but also I thought, always talking to people in the hallway. Amy hesitated again, and thanks for staying around after I will. A look of pain flits across her face. You know, it helped. And she brightens back up and waves cheerily at me. See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you later. I'm just about to exit the door when something makes me turn around again. Hey, Amy. Anytime you need to talk, let me know, okay? Amy seems taken aback by this offer. Her grin gets even wider, shorting his out. See you in the morning. I see Amy's room with my head in a whirl. Should I have even left? Was she really okay? I want to turn around and march back down the hallway, open the door and tell her I love her. Tell her I think she's beautiful. Tell her that I'll be there when she needs me. I want to stay with her. Took all her clothes as she falls back to sleep. How many nights has she woken up like that, only to find nobody's there? I want to be that person that she can be with when that happens. It's a silly thought, I know. We don't know each other that well, do we? The whole idea why it's accelerating also makes me feel worry perhaps that I overstep my bounds, and not to add my troubles. It seems as if Amy herself already has an interest in someone else. This track captain of hers who seems so interested in her well-being. Sure, I only seen the two of them together in 3 times, but that doesn't change the fact that they seems better suited to one another's. There's really nothing to be done about that. I need to take my mind off of this whole situation. I got homework to do. Maybe that will distract me. Night restlessness has left me feeling fairly groggy this morning. The event of the previous day keeps intruding upon my mind. The memory of how Amy felt against me. The memory of our wrestling match. Most bothersome, the memory of her nightmare. It was in so much pain. I can't stop wondering what it must be like for her to wake up with nobody's there. The shower shocks me awake with hot water, awake but still worry. What will happen today? Will things just go back to normal? End of the episode back there to the squall. There was a connection yesterday, something that nearly pushed us past the boundary of normal friendship. Would that have been so bad? My mind goes back to the look in Amy's eyes after our prayer fight. It almost seems like she was daring me to go on. Almost, but I can't know for sure. Anyway, the track captain probably first in her affection, but even as I say that, my mind is already snorting derisively. I'm just looking for an excuse, a reason for everything to go wrong, a reason not to try. A reason to not try. And yeah, that's what I did in the previous episode, trying my best to get the bad ending. Not listen to the nurse advice, and not talk to the mothers, and not take advice from Misha. It's not as if I ever seen the two of them together outside the job practice. And clearly he's never visit. Amy said as much herself. If they were close, surely he visit. I'm such a wuss. I ought not to just go for it anyway, take the consequence. That's what Amy would do, I think. Heck, I know that's what she's do. Which is partially why I convinced there's no interest on her end. She hasn't acted either. Maybe because of this track at them. It's possible she got a bit of the uncreated crush things going on. But who would be able to clarify their relationship? It's sure as heck can be Amy. She probably just laughed and asked why. I wanted to know, and I'm not ready to answer that yet. Rin would probably just give me some pretty answer or something, and then with my luck, she just asked Amy would ask me why I wanted to know, and I already covered that problem. I wonders. I get away with asking the nurse. He seems pretty protective of Amy. I'm sure he knows if something was up. He owns me for not letting Amy know he forgot to tell me about her being ill, so he keep quiet. What if he asks me why I want to know though? I can't shake him off, just say I'm curious as his friend. He'll buy that, would he? Of course. That's settled then. After the run, I talked to him while Amy's waiting outside the office. There's no sign of Amy when I arrived at the track. She's still too ill. I decided to give her 10 minutes. I'm a little early, she was ill yesterday, so if she takes us a while to show up, it shouldn't be surprising. Still, I hate to just waste my time, so I occupy myself by stretching and pacing back and forth anxiously. What if I went too far yesterday? What if she doesn't come because she's embarrassed? What if? I guess that's the reason why that Hisao feels like he's want to reach the bad endings while Amy's route, because yeah, like he thinks about the track captains, and he thinks about the nurse keeps secret from Hisao, so like yeah, I get now. I get why like Hisao like feels like he wants to reach the bad endings, but I'm happy that I feel like it's common sense, right? Like when your friends in troubles, like you ask for help, you ask for advice. What you should do to help your friends not to feel down. You're early again, Hisao. I'm impressed. Just like that, I feel some of the attention leaving my body. Amy seems to be bright and cheerful as usual, with no signs that she even was ill the other day, much less had a less than restful sleep. Still, I have to ask, sleep well last night? It's just a throwaway question at small talk. The sort of thing people ask someone they bump into the cafe while getting their morning coffee, but not for us, at least not for me. I don't know if Amy realized that I'm actually concerned about how well she slept last night, but the question does give her pause. After a short moment of what seems like her genuinely pondering this, she nods. Yep, sure did. Was it because of me? Did I actually help? Or are you just saying that to get me stop asking questions? Good to hear. Amy Grising begins warming up. So ready to begin? Am I ready? Of course I'm ready. I was born ready. Amy laughs at my bravado and we take off running. I give a steady pace the whole time, sprinting steadily. I still feel passing out at the end, but at least I don't gasp like a fish out of water now. Amy is positively beaming after the run today. Nice job, Hisao, you're improving. You'll be half as fast as me in no time. This last line is delivered with a teasing grin that I've grown all too used to. Oh, how exciting! Amy begins to run her sprint while I take a good down lap. She's really pushing herself today. By the time I'm done with my lap, she's laying across one of the bleachers looking exhausted. Goodness, not pushing it a little too much today, are you? You did just have a cold, you recall. Amy keeps her annoyed snort and sit up. But I'm just trying to make up for lost time, that's all. I went twice as hard today, you know. A good run always gets the king out, you know. Clears the mind too. Oh. Amy nods her vigorously. Yep, it's a great outlet for that sort of thing. She does not explain further and I don't ask. I suspect I know the real reason she went so hard today. Being sick had nothing to do with it, something bothering her. Maybe the nightmare, maybe something else, but it's not my place to pry. She told me if she wanted me to know. I'm sure that comes in handy. You have no idea. The sincerity in her voice confirms my suspicion. The only problem is, even though I know she told me if she wanted me to know, I still want to know. Something on your mind then? Amy doesn't seem surprised by my question. Instead she shrugs. It's nothing worth getting worried about. She seems as if she's trying to convince herself as much as she convincing me. I open my mind to ask if yesterday is responsible for her current state of mind. But think better of it. Too much risk of her taking the question the wrong way. Besides, I'm not even sure myself what to think about yesterday. Really, I can only get about as far as how it felt to have Amy sleeping next to me before my brain shut down. Having her before me now, covered in sweat and looking rightly at me, she making it difficult to think. Yeah, I hear you. We better hurry to see the nurse. We run in short time. Aren't we always? Amy laughs at this a dry chocolate that seems most un-Amy-like to chew. For a brief moment, she looks all worn down by some old hurt. But just like yesterday, I can almost see her shouldering the button and straightening up slightly. And then she backs on to being Amy again. She back to being Amy again. Come on then, Hisao. Racer. With a sudden smile, she does off. Hey, no fair. I take off after her, knowing I will catch her but not caring. Even if there's no chance of catching her, I still run after her. Amy swings from me at the door as I arrive. Well, looks who finally show up. Yeah. Enjoy your victory while you can. Amy grins as the nurse pokes his head out the door. Well, there you are. Come on in, Hisao. In what has become a familiar routine by now, he has checked my blood pressure and my heart rates. A bit fast today, isn't it? Yeah, I can't raise Amy here. The nurse laughs. That's never a good idea. He leans in to whisper to me in a conspiratory. He leans in to whisper to me in a conspiratory manners. I don't know if you heard, but Amy is a bit of the drugstore. I read back in mock surprise. Really, she never mentioned it before. The two of us share a laugh. Did she do okay today? Don't seem to bother her. Why don't you ask her? He rolls his eyes in separation. Of course, I'm going to ask her too, but she'll tell me that she didn't have any problem regardless of whether or not she did. So I'm asking you because you're a friend and would probably tell me if she had trouble today. When he puts it that way, it makes a lot more sense. She seemed pretty good today, a little more tired than usual. She was already feeling better when I dropped by yesterday, so I'm not that surprised. The nurse nods, though I noticed he's tense slightly when I mentioned yesterday's visit. Well, that's good to hear. I figured it was just a 24-hour thing. Amy tends to recover quickly from colds and the like. Hey, speaking of Amy, are she and the captain, well, you know? A lot of suspicion crosses his face when he asked. Well, it's just that they seem kind of close, and I was just curious, you know? And I never asked her because that would be kind of embarrassing. So far, so good now to really sell it. Besides, I think they make a cute couples. The nurse laughs. Well, I don't suppose you're the first to think that, but I think I can say with some certainty that the two of them will never do anything like that. Certainly. Yep. Not that I could tell you, of course, confidentiality and all that. Yeah, right. You're just like holding a secret over my head. That too. Alright, get out here. I'm a busy man, you know. I remember his last statement and held the door, motioning to Amy to go in. The whole time, I'm trying to keep her from doing a celebratory dance. The two of them will never do anything like that. That's precisely the sort of thing I wanted to hear. I'm half tempted to make sort of the move of Amy right now, but I think the nurse will probably disapprove. Besides, I still don't know exactly how Amy feels about me. I mean, it's obvious that she cares about me as a friend, but something more than that, I can't be certain. Even so, I can't help but feel hopeful. I just need to figure out a good time to tell Amy exactly how I feel. That person should keep me occupied for the rest of the day at least. The rooftop is completely deserted. Normally I count on Rin to be up here before me, but she is strangely absent. I wonder if she decided to accompany Amy to the cafeteria for once. That seems pretty unlikely, but it's all I can think of right now. Part of me wants to go back. Part of me wants to go look for Rin, but a far larger part of me is to please with the ways the sun feels on my skin to care. I pick it at my lunch while I wait for Amy and Rin to show up. It does not take long for me to hear the sound of someone coming up the stairs. I wait until the door begins to open before talking. Took you long enough, keeping me waiting for you honestly. The two of you are... Well, that's odd. The only person standing in the doorway is Amy, who looks mildly confused. What do you mean, huh? It's me, you know Amy, we run in the mornings. She grins and I feel my heart jump slightly in my chest at the side. Yes, I knew that, I just confused. Where's Rin? Amy grins is replaced by a rather guilty looking expression. Yeah, about that, I kind of saw up. Give her my coat. Oh dear, am I at risk too? It would make sense after all. Amy and I were in close contact the other day. So what did she and Rin do that got her ill? Steady on, old lad. Don't go down that road. Rin just probably got a worse immune system than me. Amy seems shocked by my comments, and like she hadn't considered that before. I hope not. I feel terrible if you get ill because of me, he sounds. Oh man, I think I feel a fever coming on. Amy looks horrified and then quickly shifts into a more angry expression. He sounds, you stop getting sick in this instant. I won't have it. Impulsively, she sees me by the collars. Are you listening to me? He sounds immune system. Get your butt in gear. I give her a smart salute. Duly noted, ma'am. Amy steps back and nods, satisfied. Good. You are not allowed to miss any morning runs after all, but you missed a morning run. Amy crosses her arm and looks at me haughtily. Yes, but that's a special case. It was me, not you. That's not an explanation at all. Amy looks flabbergasted. You're kidding, right? That explanation makes perfect sense. No, it doesn't. It's a blatant double standard. I don't see what that has to do with anything. Okay, fine. Oh, fine. Amy seems pleased by her victory. Anyway, is Rin going to be okay? She's not terribly ill, right? Amy shakes her head. Nope, she'll be fine. I got her some cold medicine that should help her. Although I probably should have made sure she didn't try to take them all at once. Or else we got have someone getting drug overdose. We don't want that, right? Don't drink too much medicine, kids. She does it before, you know. Somehow I don't find this all surprising. I doubt Rin is one to pay attention to maximum doses and such. You should probably check in on her later then, just to make sure. Amy shrugs. I'll stop by after practice. She will be fine until then. I'm not figuring that line of conversation is over. The only problem is I don't know what else to talk about. So, you got any more track meets coming up? This is a terribly roundabout way of trying to see if she frees on the weekend. If she's free, then maybe I can ask her on a day or something. Well, assuming I can get myself to actually form the word. Amy shakes her head. Not for another couple of weeks, I think. The season's winding down. Oh yeah, I came in the middle of things, didn't I? Does that mean exams are coming up soon? I should probably look into that. What do you do on the weekends if there's not a meet? An eyebrow goes up, and Amy gets a teasing look on her face. You're awfully inquisitive today, aren't you? You're inquisitive today, aren't you? I shrug and hope it looks casual. Just making conversation. I don't know what it's like to be a track star at all. Flattery. She raised her hand heatedly. I'm not actually that good, you know. You just so happen to see me on a good day is all. You liar. Hey, yeah. But humility is a sign of good athlete. At least that's what my dad used to say. You mentioned about your dad. She shrugs and tries unsuccessfully to hide the rather troubled expression on her face has taken on. Hey, what's up? You seem bothered by something. Amy started to deny it, then sighs in defeat. I wonder if she too tired from being sick to get herself to deny it like usual. Or if she actually just trusts me enough at this point to open up. Well, you remember last night? You remember last night? Do I ever? I said not for nothing, however. That's not the first time that happened to me. Actually, I get them kind of. She pauses as if it suddenly occurred to her what she's doing. It's almost like she's breaking some sort of personal rule here. But she stopped again, choosing her word carefully. Well, not often, but on occasion. It's just been one of those weeks where that happened. What happened? A sign escaped her, and she looks terribly frustrated. I reach over and give her a hug, which, unlike last time, doesn't seem to shock her. Instead, she seems to relax as my arm wraps around her. We stayed that way for a while. Hey, you know I was serious last night. You really can talk to me if stuff like this is bothering you. It's always difficult to do this sort of thing solo, you know. Amy smiles and breaks this embrace, but stays leaning on my shoulders. Thanks, Hisao. I'll be fine, I think. I can already see her assembling herself, getting ready to bottle it up again. Guess that topic is closed now. So hey, giving any more thought to that career survey? Okay. Cannot say I have. Can't say I have. I don't tend to plan very far ahead, you know. Although I suppose I could at least start looking into college, huh? I shrugged. I suppose, unless you were serious about that pirate thing. Last I checked, pirates didn't have much need for university, unless there's like a pirate university out there somewhere. Amy giggles and starts to look like a little old sail, but there's a new element to her expression. Impressed, that's how I describe it. Amy looks impressed, looking up at me with her head nestled into my shoulders. Would you come with me if I ran up to be a pirate? Of course I would. Who in their right mind would pass up the opportunity to be a pirate with you? Well, when you put it that way, I'm not sure. She giggles again. I noticed that my heart seems to have sped up. It's probably due to Amy's proximity to me. That hint of the strawberry again. I can't help but grin as I gaze down at her. She happy again? Hey, Hisao. If you're going to kiss me, you should probably do it soon. I think the lunch bell is about to ring. My tongue is grinding to a sudden halt. I'm pretty sure my mouth is hanging hanging open in shock. Or I can manage to strangle her. This amuses Amy even more. You were thinking about it, weren't you? She sits up, bringing her face level with mine. I probably enjoy it, you know. You're really well. She really composed herself, looking like she's about to say something important. If you hadn't figured it out by now, I think I developed a bit of a crush on you. You're going to have to do something about that. This time her green short circles several important thought processes. At some point I turn towards her, and at another point her arm moves around my neck. And yet another my arms wrap around her waist. I'll be danged if I could tell precisely when that happened. Because at the moment there's only voice in the back of my head yelling at me to kiss her. I look into Amy's eye, and there it is. The thing I saw yesterday on the bed is there again. It suddenly struck me that she's worried that I reject her. What a silly worry for her to help. What a silly worry for her to help. Because if she wants his to kiss, then kiss. Alright? No brainers. When the girls ask the boys to kiss, I mean, in my opinions, I'm gonna ask them like, are you sure? Like, I mean, yeah. Her lips taste fairly of strawberry. She leans into a kiss and her arms tightening around on the back of my head, making sure that I don't pull away. Not that there was any danger of that. There's a churning feeling in my guts. The words fall away. There's just me and her in this bench. My arm tightens, drawing her waist closer, entranced by the fear of her. Entranced by the feel of her, I inhale her scents, my mind trying desperately to memorize everything about how she tastes, how she smells, how she feels. When the girl said that she has a crush on you and asked for a kiss, then, like, I feel like we've been through some, like, the whole act too. So I feel like, yeah, we know each other's kind of well enough. So, like, why not? Let's develop a relationship. More than friends. The ringing of the bell snaps us both back to reality and we break the kiss. And Miss cheeks are slightly flushed and she seems to be catching her breath in her defense, so am I. We're standing there for a few moments trying to wrap our heads around what we've just done. Amy is the first to break the silence. So, wanna grab dinners after I'm done with practice? What a coincidence, I was about to ask you the same thing. Well, actually I suppose it was going to be some kind of a proper day on the weekend or something, but the thought was there, I think. Amy gives me a playful stroke. Yeah, right. You were still in shock from how incredibly awesome I am at kissing. We begin to head down the stair back to our respective classroom. Hey, I didn't see you talking immediately afterward either. And that I didn't. See you after practice, Sal. She leans quickly and gives me a quick kiss in the middle of the hallway, sending me into another brief state of mental free fall. As I head into my classroom, a giggling Miss greets me. Why, Hichan, you romantic you? Did you confess on the rooftop, did you? Actually, I think it was the other way around. This sends Misha into a fresh fit of laughter. Your young love is so unpredictable, isn't it? And you aren't? Misha, you young too. And I wish that she has her own route. This being Misha, I suppose I should have expected her to tease me over this, I guess. Before I can really respond, Mito enters the room and Misha skips up to her seat, giggling all the while. I suspect that I care a lot that sort of conversation now, especially seeing us how Amy kissed me right in the middle of the hall. But somehow I don't care about that. For the first time since arriving here, my heart feels light. And we enter the Act 3. I'm prepared. I am ready if there's censorship needed. It hurts me, I know, I'm anti-censorship. But gotta find a way to get away from these social medias and try to avoid getting community guideline strike, right? My head's in a spin all through with those class. I'm going to have dinners with Amy, who wants to be my girlfriend no less, a date, and then she kisses me. In that case, I keep going back to it, playing it over in my mind again and again. Everything about that moment feels so right. My mind drifts up, lost in thought of Amy. Nakai, hello. It says that I trip it a bit too far. Huh, what? Igad, you contracted some kind of amnesia. Someone get a nurse. The class chuckled at the motor antics. Sorry, sir. What happened again? All that, right? Exactly. Motor brightens considerably. Well, lovely to hear. I hate to have my stop people slacking all at all. I've been doing well, but I hardly qualify as a stop people, I think. I'm fairly certain that this class is a sort of that everyone does well in. It's just memorizing formula. True to my word, I managed to pay attention for the rest of the class. Nakai, may I have a word with you? I wonder if I'm in trouble for earlier. Oh, sure. Am I in trouble? But looks genuinely confused for a moment. Beg your pardon? He tilts his head to one side and thinks for a moment. Oh, Dan, no, you're not in any sort of troubles. There's just a question I want to ask you. What's that? Nothing terrible. I was just wondering what your plans for after graduation are. Are you going to university? Yeah, I guess. I can't really see a reason not to go. Are you given any thought to what you'll study? Not really, no. I figure I'll come up with something when I get there. I'm going to laugh. Taking things as they come, huh? Taking things as they come, eh? I argue against it, but that's how I did things when I went to university. Well, not really. I knew I'd go into science. I just wasn't sure which one. And they are with physics, but I could just as well have gone for astronomy or what have you. Actually, I did go for chemistry first, but there was all some things. But to trace off and front slightly. It takes a minute of him to recover his train of thought, and I wait patiently for him to continue. So anyway, I did a lot of physics as well because I had interest in that, but I wasn't sure it was for me. So I went back to chemistry, and here we are, yes. He smiled at me enthusiastically as if waiting for me to confirm that yes, here is where we are. So I get the feeling that Muto had a plan for this conversation, but I'll be dang if I can't figure it out. I'm sorry, I'm not following you. Muto frowns and rubs his chin for a bit, looking perplexed. He then snaps his finger as if he remembers what the points of it all of this was. Right, yes, you. Yeah, me? Yes, you should look into studying one of the science. You're fantastic at it, unless you rather just go into math. Muto makes a sour face. Not a big fan of straight math. I always like the experiments more than the proof. You're saying I should study science at university? Muto seems thrown off balance by my question. Well, sort of. You could also join the science club. Trouble is, there's not actually a science club, but there could be. You could even be a charter members, or founding fathers. Of course, you need to find other members. Well, only if you wanted to. We could just start story up with the two of us, and I could give you things to read, and we could talk about them. And I could help you get ready for university and such as well. Wait, Muto rummages around in his briefcase and tosses me a book. Read that. It is interesting that we can talk about it. A brief history of time. I don't know if I actually want to read this, but Muto seems pretty excited about it. What's it about? Time, space, time, black hole and such. It's not that dense. Just to see if that sort of thing is interesting for you. You understand? Hang around after class and we either discuss it or I can show you how to make explosive in the lab. Don't, alright? Don't make explosive in the lab. It's dangerous. If you plan to make explosive, don't do it in the lab. Do it outside, alright? Don't try this indoor. Try this outdoor. Like, you never know. He raises a hand at my quizzical expression, joking sorry. Still, I keep you here long enough for now. Think about science as a career path, guy. I think you enjoy it. Okay, I will. Thank you for the book. I leave the classroom and look up at the clock. I have quite a chunk of time to add until I meet our practice. Guess I'll give this book a look. I should probably shower as well. Showering before day's only proper, right? I head back to the dorms. I wonder where I was supposed to meet Amy anyway. She said after practice, but she didn't say where I should find her. I guess I can just swing by the track, and that's probably best anyway. If she needs a shower, I can just wait for her in her room or something. Or in the hallway, I guess. That would be better as well. I take a quick shower, remembering to take medication once I hop out. Now, for a look of this book. And I think Hisa took a nap, right? I wake up with a start. Crap, what time is it? A glance at the clock reveals that I've been asleep for nearly an hour. Thank goodness. And my practice should be finishing up soon. I throw on some casual clothes and head for the track. Somehow I get the feeling that we won't be doing anything fancy for dinners. Amy doesn't strike me as a very fancy sort of person. Still, I suppose there's a lot I have yet to know about Amy. Despite our newfound closeness, I still feel like I don't know her as well as I should. Well, I have a lot of time to fix that. To be honest, I'm looking forward to getting to know her more. I'm so caught up in my own thought that I hardly register that I'm already at the track. Amy is nowhere to be found. I don't even see any sign of the track team. This could be embarrassing. I turn to head toward the girls' dormitory when I hear a shout. Hey, Hisao. I turn around to see Amy making a beeline for me with a chin bag slung over her shoulders. She changed into some decidedly more casual clothing, a pair of shorts and a olive green top. Her running blades have been replaced by a more realistic looking legs that probably wouldn't fool anyone. Amy doesn't seem to care about that, a factor which makes me smile. Hey, you came. I figured you would, but still. I suddenly find myself wrapped in a rather affectionate hug, and it proves to be impossible for me to keep what must be the world's largest grin on my face. Well, of course I can. I'd be crazy not to, right? Amy ponders for a moment. You know, that's true. I'm pretty amazing after all. I shrug in response. I certainly think so. It's an offhand remark, which is why I'm surprised to see that it seems to have caught Amy by surprise. She blushes and smiles warmly at me before planting a kiss on my lips. Now it's my turn to be surprised. Amy steps resting her weight on her back heel, looking pleased with herself. My brain fumbles for appropriate response. I should compliment you more often. Amy laughs and gives me a playful shove. Jerks. I throw an arms around Amy's shoulders and I'm pleased when she immediately leans into me as if that it were the most natural things in the world. So where to? I'm not actually sure. Where do people go on a date around here anyway? That's then good question. I got no idea. Why don't we just head down to the Aura Mall and grab something portable? Amy face brightened at this idea. A picnic. I think you're onto something, he sound. Amy next her arm around my waist and we begin to head for the fun crate. I'm entirely unsure of what I meant to do in this situation, but at least Amy seems to be equally clueless. Despite the relaxing feeling of being with Amy, I still can't help feeling a little tense. But if I do something wrong, I hate to make a butt out of myself. The trip to our mall is accompanied by Amy chatters about how practice went. I keep quiet for most part, merely enjoy the warmth of being around Amy. We get a few odd looks from passerbys, but I don't mind. We wind up buying some bread and instant noodles, realizing it too late that we cannot actually cook the latter in the pot. Well, I make it for lunch for something. That will work. The park is located after a brief loss of direction that I blame entirely on Amy. She of course blamed me. We find a spot beneath a tree and sit down. I lean back against the trunk. Amy sits across from me. I guess we should have brought a blanket or something to sit on her. Amy shrugs. I don't mind. Neither do I. Amy tosses me a package of bread and vegan. Curry bread, interesting. I guess I wasn't really paying attention to what I grabbed in the stores. Hey Hisao, you look like your bread is a little spicy. I shake my head, trying in vain to keep an image of manliness. Nah, it's hardly spicy at all. I see. That must be why your face has gotten so red. Yes, exactly. The lack of spice has gotten my blood up because of the disappointment. Amy laughs and swallows the last of her bread. Well, if you can handle it, I'll be glad to take it off your hands. Hey, just because you whoop down yours so quickly doesn't mean I'm just going to give you mine. Amy mocks her pals, causing me to nearly choke on my bread with laughter. Oh, come on, Hisao. Aren't you supposed to be concerned with making sure I got enough to eat now? We're dating, you know. Though, Amy looks troubled all of a sudden. I can't say I feel any different. What do you mean by that? What makes this a date? It's just what we would have done anyway. Really. But this should feel different because before we had lunch we were friends and now we are level above friends. You sound like Green. Laughter escapes and Amy grins. Well, she might put the thought into my mind. We talked about that sort of thing before. Really? About me? Not really. Just really. Rin thinks that the change of labels from friends to girlfriends seems arbitrary most of the time. Like there's no difference between the two. I can think of at least one, you know. You don't tend to kiss your friends quite much. For the second time today, Amy blushes slightly and giggles. I suppose you're right. Exactly, I'm always right about things like this. Amy rolls her eyes and chuckles. Guess you're pretty smart, huh? Annoying agreement? Yep. Even more to think so, I think I should go into something scientific study after graduation. Amy raises an eyebrow. Oh really? Yeah, I'm thinking I actually might just do that. Really? The more I consider the idea, the more it appeals to me. I make a mental note to look into it a little more closely. So what are you thinking of doing after graduation? Still planning on running? Amy shrugs, seeming almost a bit hesitant. I don't know. If I'm good enough, I can find a team, I guess. You mean you're unsure? I haven't really thought about it, to be honest. Really? You probably should, you know. Graduation is far off. Amy fidgets a little nervously. Yeah, well, it's far enough, right? Besides, I got other things to think about. Now there's a mischievous flash behind Amy's eyes, and I suddenly find myself gloriously pinned against the tree. Like making sure this is a real day, right? I mean, if we don't kiss, then it's not a day at all, right? I suppose, strawberry and curry, not the best combination, but I think I mind. The taste of her lips, the strawberries, and the taste of the bread, curry bread. Amy sits back on my legs and grins again. That sounds foolproof, right? I had the oddest mental image of Immortal nodding seriously and making a mark on some checklist. I can't help but laughing at the idea. Well, I admit, this is the first time I ever witnessed a kiss being met with laughter. Should I feel offended? No. I'm sure science approves. Amy beats on me and I find it increasingly difficult to keep my brain functioning properly. Oh good. At this point, I noticed that Amy has stolen the remainder of my curry bread while I was otherwise occupied with images of teachers wielding clipboards. Hey! Amy tries to look innocent, but considering she's just crammed the last bit of my bread into her mouth, it does not appear to be working. Sorry, goodness, thief. A shrug from my companion is all I get in response. You use your feminine wiles on me. I wasn't that hungry anyway, but I still feel that the point needs to be made. Amy seems confused by the phrase feminine vows, but the understanding drawn on her features after a moment thought. Was there anything of the sort? You were laughing. Feminine vows don't involve laughing. I guess I can argue with this. That doesn't change your theory. Amy laughs at my injured tone and gives me a playful shove. Fine, you can have the instant noodles. Are you kidding? That stuff's terrible. If anything, you should definitely eat it as punishment. Another laugh from the girl sitting on my legs, both of which have fallen asleep by now. At least one leg to try breaking it up, which has the unintended effect of unbalancing Amy, who falls to the side with a startled heap. Oops, sorry about that. Legs fell asleep on me. Amy remains on the ground, giggling. I stay out a little shakily, feeling the nerves in my legs return to normal. My eyes wander over the sceneries before fixing on the figures of Amy, who has yet to get up. Her hands play out around her head, her arms are spread, and laughter is bubbling up to her mouth. Everything about Amy seems to condense into this one image. Her energy, her spirit, and her childish giggling. The urge to lay down on the grass with her rises swiftly from the back of my mind to the forefront of my thoughts. Indeed, I am convinced that I would love nothing more than to do just that. Unfortunately, the sun has set, and it is probably time for us to get back to the dormitories. While Amy may be happy to stay out here all night, I don't think I have the abilities. Besides, homework soon begins. It wouldn't make sense to start thinking about things like university and slack off, wouldn't it? I extend a hand to Amy to help her up. We should probably get going. Amy makes a sour face. You're right. She grabs my hand and I pull her to her feet and into a hug. This time I'm the one who kisses her, unable to resist having Amy against me. Seems a shame to leave, you know. Yeah, it does. But if you don't get back to school soon, we probably get into troubles. Amy pokes me in the rib playfully. And you need to do your homework, I'm sure. Sally, you're absolutely right. I throw my arms around her shoulders and we make the trek back to the school, accompanied by occasional bouts of laughter as our conversation jumps from subject to subject. Everything from running to school to the peculiar way that one of the cafeteria worker smells. Although soon we find ourselves outside of the girls' dormitory building. Well, I guess I'll be going then. I guess so, huh? Amy grins at me again with that mischievous look. Are you going to be able to survive without me? I laugh. I'm sure I'll manage. How terrible. Aren't you supposed to say something like, I'll be counting the second you're away? Nah, I don't think so. Amy puts me into a quick goodbye kiss and step back, looking unexpectedly shy. Thanks for dinners. I really have fun. Honestly, I did. So did I. I think we shall have to do it again sometime. Amy laughs at my pen delivery and nods. See you bright and early tomorrow morning, right? You gotta run off the bread after all. Of course, despite the fact that you ate almost all of it. Despite the fact that you ate most of it. Yes, despite that. See you later, Isao. As Amy turns her head inside to notice something weird. Something so weird that I'm surprised I didn't notice earlier. So she limps slightly, favoring the left legs. Hey, Amy. Is your leg okay? Amy looks confused, or at least fakes confusion. What are you talking about? Your right leg, you're limping. There's a brief flash of concern on Amy's face. Either she didn't want me to know, or she didn't think I noticed, or I prefer to think she just didn't realize it. Oh, that. She shrugs casually. Must have gotten knocked a little out of alignment during the picnics. No idea what would have caused that, of course. I think back to being pinned under the tree. You should have told me. We could have stopped by and fixed it, you know. Amy flips her hand airily. And it's not that big of a deal. Don't worry about it, okay, Hisao? It's fine. Why do I get the feeling that she's convincing herself as well as me? I think I have to press Amy. Because, yeah, I already picked both choices, but I think my first time dealing with Amy's route is to press her. Are you absolutely sure? You don't want to go ahead and adjust it before heading up the stairs? You could get hurt if you don't, right? I say it was fine, Hisao. Seriously, don't worry about it. I've got some experience in this matter after all. Yeah, I suppose so. Amy grins reassuringly. Honestly, Hisao, I appreciate the concern, but I really am okay. Now really, I need to get going. Your attempts to keep me around are doomed to fail. Of course, just prolonging a goodbye, I suppose. The grin lights up Amy's face. Good night, Hisao. Good night. As she leaves inside, I find myself hoping she's okay despite her assurance that she's fine. I think I can call this a successful first date. Heck, any date that ends with Amy pinning me under the tree to kiss me can't be bad, can it? I head back to my room, mentally thanking the god that Kenshi doesn't ambush me in the hallway and get started on my homework. Yeah, I honestly like don't want to talk to Genji. No. He's weeding me out. The morning is far too early for my taste. It doesn't help that I had trouble sleeping last night. There was simply too many things to talk about. There were simply too many things to think about. My mind refused to slow down. Instead, I replay the rooftop, the park, and everything else over and over in my mind. There's a small part of my mind that is still paranoid that this has or being some kind of jokes. That I'll meet up with Amy at the track. She'll act like nothing happened yesterday. Pushing these thoughts to the back of my mind, I told my run close and open the door. Amy's waiting for me with her usual smile. You're late. Or at least you're not early today. Are you tired of something? I find myself ruefully rubbing the back of my head. Something like that, yeah. Lots to think about and all that. Amy giggles at my understatement. Yeah, I didn't sleep that way either. I was actually glad you were early, because I wasn't early either. I wonder if the same things kept her awake. The image of her whipping face passes through my mind. What kept you up? Amy's expression falters, but she quickly noticed my curiosity and forces a smile. Nothing important. She obviously not telling me something. The question is, should I press the issue? Something's clearly been bothering her for a while. I want to help her, but would it just come up as me being nosy? She got to know I care about her though. Are you sure? If something bothering you, I'm here to help you sort it out. Amy laughs then, but it's not her usual laugh. There's an edge to it that seems almost bitter. Sorry out. I'm not sure it can be sorry out, he sound. Almost green smile crosses her lips. It's like a smile of resignation. I don't think it could help me anyway. That hurts. I don't want her to say that it hurts to her, but it does. Doesn't she realize that I want to be there for her when things goes wrong? Well, I won't push you on the matters, but I'm here for you. You decide later that you'd like to talk about it. It might help. I can see the debate raging behind Amy's eyes. It seems like she wants to tell me, but she's not sure whether or not she can. Hey, forget about it for now, okay? We got running to do. The measure of running something that she can handle brings Amy back to her usual self. Right. Now hurry up and stretch out his out. We got to get moving. She takes up like a shot for quicker than I'm used to. Still, I try to keep pace with her, recklessly testing my limit. It gives me a feeling of freedom, like my heart is no longer important. I find myself wanting to laugh, but filled with the feeling of moving beyond what I once called my boundaries. The nurse wanting to not overdo things to echo in my mind, and I disregard them. This feeling I have, this willingness to risk a heart attack for someone so trivial as a morning run, feels out of character for me. But is it? Or rather, should be? I got a weak offshore. It'd never be capable of the kind of speed and endurance Amy capable of. Though I probably wouldn't be able to get that good if I had a healthy heart. As we round the final bend, I feel my legs screaming in protest, but for the first time I ignore them as accelerate to finish at the sprint, nearly catching up to Amy. That was never going to happen, of course. Still, I feel surprisingly good. Also, my legs feels like they are about to catch fire, and I am about to having troubles to staying upright. But there's been a shift of some sort today, and it's all thanks to the girl screening at the finish line ring for me. That feel a little faster than usual. My comment is met with a grin and shrug. I cannot help you think I was going to go sour on you can I? But you managed to handle it just fine. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Still feeling the height from the run and moved by the surge of gratitude, I see Amy in a hug. Thanks. Really, I'm not just saying that. I'm in your debt. Amy seems flustered by my words, squirming uncomfortably. Don't be silly, he sound. Someone had to hold you out here, didn't they? And it's not like you are not doing anything for me, right? I needed a running partner, remember? I shake my head and still pointedly not letting go of Amy, who stopped squirming and merely looks up at me with quickly deepening blush that almost seems our characters. No, that's not true. You wanted a running partner, but you didn't need one. If I had to show up the day after the festival, you would still run, right? But it doesn't work the other way around. I only managed to make it out a few times before the festival, and without you, I probably wouldn't have made it out at all after that. Amy smiles at me and props my chest with one finger. You're pretty lazy, he sound. Hey, I was giving you a compliment. Well, you're welcome, I guess. I'll pay you back somehow. Well, that's not necessary, you know. I mean, I kinda like it, he sound. And being able to run with you in the morning isn't exactly a bad deal for me either, so... For someone who gets so much praise, she seems unused to gratitude. I can't think of anything else to say so before silence. I become aware of Amy's reading of the dampness of her clothing and of the sense of her coming up anyone else, it would stink. Coming up of Amy, it fits her in a way nothing else could. Her skin is cool, slick with sweat, and a breeze causes a goosebump to rise. Almost without thinking about it, I lean down and meet Amy's mouth, which has already moved to meet my own. Her lips are soft. She hums happily as we kiss, sending vibration from her mouth to mine. There's a startling rightness to everything about this moment. We feel one another perfectly. The kiss ends, and I finally let my arms drop back to my sides. Amy is smiling warmly at me and giggles again. Come on, he shouts. We better go to see the nurse. Then it happens. As she turns to begin walking, she gives out a tiny yelp and stumbles forward. Amy? I lift her to steady her and notice with some concern that she's favoring the same legs last night. Your leg. Amy seems panicked and pushes away from me. It's fine. My expression must seem hurt because she hasn't to apologize. Sorry. Didn't mean to push you like that. I was just... She stumbled for something to say. It's nothing really. Hey, don't worry about it. She's so flustered, I decided to shrug the whole thing off. But there's a cold feeling in the pit of my stomach that won't go away. I started stepping in and help her, but she's pushing me away. Smiling, I shoved those thoughts to the back of my mind and concentrate on Amy. I just don't want you to getting hurt, that's all. You don't have to worry about me, honest. I'm fine. Guess you said that, but I don't believe you. Why don't you tell me what's wrong? It's like she get offended by my trying to help. What am I supposed to make up that? What am I supposed to make of that? I'm still trying to sort out what happened on the track as we arrived on our front up. I'm still trying to sort out what happened on the track as we arrive in front of the nurse office. Amy raises her hand to knock, hesitates and turns to me smiling cutely. Hey, can you do me a favor? Of course. Can you tell me the nurse that I'll see him later? I just remember that I got some stuff to take care of before class, so I really need to get moving. I peer at her closely and she switches under my stares. Yeah, she's clearly just avoiding the nurse, the leg of hers. Wherever I say I help, so I will. But I'll make damn sure she see the nurse before the day's out. Yeah, okay, I'll let him know. Amy looks like I just giving her a pony on Christmas. Thank you so much. You're the best, Hisao. I'm rewarded by my complicity in her life by a kiss that makes it all worth it, or so I tell myself. As Amy heads out of the building, trying hard not to let her limbs show, I knock on the door of the office. Hisao, come on in. I don't see Amy with you. She's not sick again, is she? From the tone of his voice, I don't think the nurse is expecting me to say yes, she's ill. She said that she forgot to do something, so she had to skip out, but she will see you later today. The nurse heaved her on a separated side. Honestly, that girl. She'd been avoiding me. Yesterday she was in and out of here without even thinking of her prospect, and now this. Well, at least it's not just me. Amy doesn't want worrying. That's a comfort, I guess. Still, I feel like I should say something about her. Like I said I lied for her, but she really needs to see him. Now that you mention it, she was sleeping pretty badly today, and last night as well. The nurse's eyes narrowed at the word last night. And what exactly were you two doing last night? We were on a date. The nurse raises his eyebrow as if surprised. Really interesting. Huh? Oh, nothing. His gaze turns thoughtful and then he grins at me. You don't think you could use some of that boyfriend charm to get her to come see me today, could you? Of course. I was planning on doing that anyway. I think she really heard and is just pretending she doesn't. She isn't. Yes, she does that. Afraid I'll make her stop running. Will you? I don't like to, but it is bad enough that she's been limping well. I guess I have to see what's wrong for myself before I make the call. I see. Amy not allowed to run, perish the thought. I don't know if she'll be able to function without running. No wonder she's reluctant to admit anything's wrong. Well, I'm not sure she see you. Good. Oh, and before I forget, she grins at me again in what feels like a vaguely threatening manners. Don't forget that I know what medication you're on. You be careful around Amy, got it? Wow, he looks serious too. Got it. Don't hurt Amy, wouldn't dream of it. Grand. I hate for you to be late. Huh? Late, as in the late Nagai Hisao. He fronts briefly dissatisfied. Sounded better in my head. Well, at any rate, get out here before you miss your first class. You've got things to do, I'm sure. As I leave, I notice the nurse pulling out his phone and dialing the numbers. Because your daughter is being a pain in the butt again. I better head back to my room or I really will be late. Hey, wasn't he supposed to check my heart rate? The lunch bell sounds and I bring myself out of the stupors I sleep into during the morning classes. My lack of sleep last night, coupled with the increased pace of this morning runs, has left me a little exhausted. Despite that, I find myself skipping stairs up to the roof. There's a tree of excitement now, in addition to the pressures one gets from eating lunch with one friend. Choose both Amy and Rin are still my friend, but Amy has become more than that now. Rin is back in her usual spot on the roof, almost as if she never been absent. Feeling better, I take it. Eyebrow is my reward for speaking. Better than what? Better than you felt yesterday. You caught a call from Amy, remembers? Rin gives my questions some serious thought. I'm not sure. I think I might have felt rather good for some of yesterday, but it's all fuzzy. Too much cold medicine? Well, I was asleep, and that usually is pretty good. But I can't remember what it feels like to be asleep because I'm not conscious for it. It's a real problem. Then again, if I knew how good it felt, I might not sleep anymore. But this way, I keep trying to. But this way, I keep trying, so I guess that's how I can keep from being overtired. An internal mystery to keep you sleeping last night. Yeah, an internal mystery to keep you sleeping at night. Last night. I can say that. Maybe mystery the wrong word. Intentionality might be the proper way to describe it. I see. No, I don't see at all. I have no idea what she's talking about, but that's okay. See, I really do. Do you remember what sleeping feels like? Like yesterday, do you remember what you felt like sleeping yesterday? Well, I actually didn't get a lot of sleep yesterday. Maybe that's because you remember subconsciously. Actually, I think I was worrying about Amy. Doesn't Amy worry enough about herself? I hadn't considered that, but it gives me a pause. True, but would she ask for help if she needed it? Rin frowns, and I raise her eyebrow. Will I get a proper answer? Probably not. Is there something she should be asking for help with? Her legs, for starters. This seems to catch Rin's interest. Legs? It hurts, but she won't see the nurse about it. Rin shakes her head in disapproval. You have to make her. Like she makes me go to class for her own good. Otherwise, she could lose her leg again, and that's just too weird. Losing twins twice. Especially if you don't find them again to begin with. Unless processing are the same as finding something. But that's a different kind of loss, isn't it? I think so. I wonder what? Amy seems to have snuck up on Rin and me, though Rin doesn't seem especially surprised, which is itself unsurprising, I suppose. Rin managed to see herself upright quite expertly, throwing her upper body forward and using her momentum to right herself. You like how it feels? That earns me a frown and a bit of the glare. It's okay, I think. Not worth worrying about. Tell that to the nurse. He's quite insistent that you visit him, you know. Amy paused like, I just told her she'd been grounded. He worries too much. It's not a big deal, just a little soreness. I try to resist rolling my eyes in separation. If it's nothing, then you should have no problem seeing him, right? I mean, not also suspiciously. Did he put you up to this? Well, maybe a little, but that's not the point. I would have reminded you to see him anyway. It would be terrible to see you really hurt and not doing anything about it. That would make it worse, and I don't really want to see you hurt, you know. Going me crazy, but I kind of prefer you to see happy, healthy. With each statement, Amy frowns face a little more until eventually she's grinning, albeit a little shyly. But if you're going to put it that way, then I guess I have to see him. Otherwise, you keep worrying, and then I will never hear the end of it, right? That's right, I keep bugging you all about it, and that might put a damper on our dates. How's the food, Hisao? Talk to the nurse, Amy. How was your day, Hisao? Talk to the nurse, Amy. Hisao, I think I'm ready to go all the way. Talk to the nurse, Amy. See, it doesn't work that well. Amy giggles at my high-pitched renditions of her own voice and gives me an affectionate show. My voice isn't that high, jerk. I thought that it was pretty accurate. Amy and I stared at Rin for a while before I burst into laughter. Amy crosses her arm and hops mock offended. You're both jerks. That's just wild calumnies from you, young woman. I'm stunned that you would call me all people jerks. Honestly, I don't know what to think. Amy sticks her tongue out at me. You butts. So Rin, how's the art club these days? Rin, seemingly as surprised by this sudden change of topic as I am, takes a minute to think about before answering. I believe it's okay. Although Nomiya keeps telling me to work harder, but I don't think he understands my method. He always struck me as slightly creepy. Rin ponders this statement for a while. I never really noticed, but I don't pay much attention to him most days, so maybe that's why. How often do you meet? Thinking of joining his house? What? Nah, I already decided to join a club. Really? Which one? Well, it's not really much of a club to be honest. Oh, you joined a tea club? No, I joined a science club, I think. Amy looks highly confused. You have a science club? Not really, it's just me and the teachers. That's not a club. That's sitting in your room reading books. No, I mean, it's just me and Buto. I'm just the student so far. The only student so far. Buto, really? I thought strikers. Oh, is that what you were talking about yesterday? Your meeting with Muto? Yeah, that was our first meeting, I guess. Amy giggles. Nerd. Hey, I can't help being clever. You know, I could have used your help years ago. You should have had your heart attack earlier in life, he said. I laughed and then realized this is probably one of the very rare time I laugh about my heart attack. Hindsight. Yeah. The ringing of the bell ends our conversation. I guess we better go. Yeah, I guess so. Come on, Rin, you too. Rin has apparently begun to doze off, so Amy gives her a sharp bump. I almost had it. Sorry, but you need to go to class. I disagree, but maybe if I nap in class, I'll get this time. Changing location is sometimes helpful for that kind of thing. Neither Amy and I bother asking what it is. As we arrive at my classroom, Amy gives me a quick kiss and head down the hallways, raining tall. I turn to enter the classroom to be met by the duo Shizune and Misha. Misha seems to be fighting a losing battle to keep from breaking into a fit of giggles while she translates Shizune's latest rant. Wow, we are all pleased, night through, to see how far you managed to make new friends and forge a relationship with such a cutie too, Hichan. I think that last part was partly Misha's. We nevertheless feel compelled to politely remind me that public displays of affection are strictly forbidden, really. That's disappointing. Shichan, by Section 8 of the Code of Conduct laid down in the student handbook. In this case, however, ignorance of the laws may be your excuse, as we are feeling lenient. And the paperwork requires to punish the both of you will only add to the already mountainous volume of work which confronts us, the sole member of the student council, and besides, you two are adorable together. And therefore, consider this a formal warning, and please refrain from such display in the future, at least when Shizune can see you, Hichan. This whole spiel is so blatantly ridiculous that I can't help but reply in the same pompous manners. Well, I for one feel enlightened. I apologize profusely for my rash action and will strive to contain my baser impulse, which I fear impel me toward such appropriate display of public affection. It is hardly my wish to burden an already overworked student council with such petty matters. And will do my best to make your lives easier in this matter in the future, at least when Shizune is watching. The last line is delivered with the ring onto Misha, who finally loses control of her laughter. Wahaha! Well said, Hichan. Chuckling a little myself, we enter the classroom. The class is uneventful, and after the final bearings, I find myself alone with Muta again. So it looks like we all assembled for the second meeting of the science clubs. Or is it the first? What do you think? Should we count yesterday as a meeting? Well, we did form a club yesterday, didn't we? That seems like club business, so we can simply call yesterday a meeting. Muta smiles in his usual stilted and awkward way. I wonder if the muscle in his face are just not shaped correctly to let him smile naturally. You really do have a knack for this, I think. Logical thought processes. That is, I guess so. A scientist speaks with authority. The answer is here is yes, I do. When the world wants to know how it looks, we tell it, even if all we got is a distant hypothesis. But we must sound certain anyway, because we are the authority on the subject, right? He chuckled to go along with his awkward smile at his awkward jokes. I'm doing my best not to grimace, but I don't think I'm being too successful. That's entirely false, of course. We know a lot, sure, but nobody an expert on how the world works, if only because nobody can be sure. We know certainly there are no experts. But we like to pretend sometimes. There's something we can be certain of, right? Yes, but no. We know gravity is there, for example. To illustrate, but to pick up a pencil and drop it. See, it's still there, but it's good to check out every once in a while. That's what you would see the researcher mocking about with gravity. We're pretty sure we know how it works, but there's always a chance that something isn't how we think it is. So you check. That's science in a nutshell, he said. The whole time I listened feeling rather spellbound. Milton seems to really be passionate about his stuff, I think. It's hard to tell, sometimes, how the world works, how human works, how the universe works, or this question to be answers. And depending on what I go to, and depending on what I go into, maybe I could even figure out a way to fix my heart. That said, I don't think that's a real priority for me. Besides, as we start discussing the book he gave me yesterday, I find myself more and more interested in that than my heart condition. Before we even realize it, an hour goes by. Well, let's go this meeting over for now, okay? We have another meeting tomorrow or the day after. He considers this for a moment, going the day after. I got a lot of grading to do. Okay, see you then. As I sit in the classroom, I realize that I don't really have anything to do tonight. I mean, I didn't make plans, so I guess I go to the library. It's busy doing homework in my room anyway. The library always seems cooler than the rest of the building, probably to keep the books from getting damaged by excessive heat and humidity. Books are sturdy objects, but if you want to keep them in good condition, it takes a little effort. I got several books that also went worn. The pages are barely clinging to the spine. It seems impossible for them to still be usable, but if you handle them with care. I make my way to the main desk, where I spot Yuko busying herself with something or another. She smiles at me as I enter and waves. Hello, Hisao. Good to see you again. What are you looking for this time? Nothing in particular, I guess. I just didn't really feel like going back to my room, is all. You could not. Well, if you're unoccupied, maybe you could help me look for something? Sure, what do you need? Yuko brings her finger to her lips and looks around furtively. She seems to be looking for eavesdroppers. Come closer. I take a few hesitant step forward while feeling distinctly unnerved. Yuko lower her voice to a confidential whisper. I'm on a chair up in the Yamaku cat burglars. The what? The wolves have ears, he said. Or they might. But listen, those missing books, remember them? Oh yeah. Well, they weren't missing, they were stolen. I'm convinced of it. I remember you saying something that sort earlier, but how do you know? You can lean in closer and, impossible, whisper even lower. Because I found one of his hiding place. You did what? You can look triumphant. I found one of his stashes. It was under one of the stairways in the boys' dorm. 3 books I've been looking for all there. I suspected the tip before, but this proves it. So did you take back this book? Did you take back the book? Yuko looks as if I just suggested that she walks around naked. Are you nuts? He can know I'm onto him. He might go to the ground and evade captures. So what do you need my help with then? Yuko casts another glance around the library and leans closer. You got a spy for me? Spy? Yeah, like when you're in a dorm, you know. Keep an eye out for suspicious activities. What constitutes suspicious anyway? I mean, Kenshi is a pretty suspicious dude, but I wish he barely goes to class, much less sneaks into libraries to pilfer books. Still, what's the harm in saying yes? At the least, it will get me out this weird conversation. Yeah, I can do that, no problems. And Yuko straightened up and class excitedly. Great. Now hurry up and talk about something else in case someone comes in. How's the school treating you? Pretty well, actually. I've been running in the morning. With Ibarazaki, Emi, right? Yeah. How did you know? I saw you two in the tea house, remember? I deduced that if you're going to run with anyone, it would probably be her. She looks pleased with herself. Impressive. Anyway, yes, we've been running in the morning, and we kind of started dating. Yuko claps her hands together excitedly. Really? That's great. I bet you two are great together. I love seeing people find one another like that, you know. I even thought up to myself when you walked into the Shanghai that one time. I wonder if that kid with one of those girls. Really? Yuko doesn't seem to notice my somewhat witty tone and nods affirmatively. Yep, I could tell that you ran up with one of them, you know. I got an eye for that sort of things. Of course. Her expression droops slightly. I'm not so good at it myself. I'm sure that's not true. Oh, it's true. I met this guy once. We got along really great, but it turns out he was younger than me. And that was kind of weird, but not terribly so. What was really weird was that he disappeared one day and I could not seen him since then. That does seems kind of odd, doesn't it? I hope it wasn't something I did. I feel compelled to assure her. I'm sure it wasn't. I intend to try and calm her down further, but both of us jumped in surprise at the ringing suddenly coming from my pocket. Yuko started to steady herself as I pulled the phone from my pocket. I feel a little sheepish for indirectly causing the incident. Amy, what's up? Oh, thank God I haven't called your phone before, so I didn't know if this number would work or whether you would pick up and I can't. What there? Amy, slow down. What's wrong? There's a pause on the other side of the line, during which I can hear Amy trying to control her breathing in order to calm down. Something got her terribly agitated, and it's starting to agitate me. Can you just stop by? Like now, or surely after now? I really need to talk to you. There's a ton of bleeding in the last sentence I don't think I ever heard from her. Of course, I'll be right there. Hold steady, okay? In my increasingly agitated state, I apparently started to say things that don't quite make sense. Okay, I'll be okay. I'll see you soon. I pressed the button to end the call before slipping the phone back into my pocket. Apologized to Yuko for ringing off and run off. Perhaps at some point I would have stopped to think about the time or how suspicious it looks for a guy to enter the girl's door at these hours. Except right now, I'm just concerned with getting to Amy and finding out what's wrong and how can I help her. How can I help her? I knock on the door and I'm greeting with a subdued come in. Something is very wrong as I stare at the scene before me. Amy dead, yes, but she in a wheelchair and her legs are missing. I glance around the room and see them sitting in the corner looking like they've been thrown there. Amy responds to my actions with a lopsided grin that is both pleased to see me and completely utterly heartbroken. Hey Hisao, it looks like she's been crying, but if she was, she stopped now. I noticed that I'm a little out of breath, having taken the stairs 2 at a time in order to get there. My horse doesn't seem to mind the strain though. I find this happy factor away from later consideration, like when I'm not staring somewhat dumbstruck at my girlfriend in the wheelchair. Realizing I still not responded to her greeting, my brain lurches into gear. Amy, what happened? I guess I should have listened to you, Hisao. My legs got a nasty infection. I'm not allowed to run on it for at least a couple of weeks. She gives a bit of laps that shouldn't be coming for her. Hey, I can't even walk on it. I could have used a scratcher and kept one of my legs, but I didn't see the point. Why hop? You can run on one leg. At least this way I can still, I don't know, roll fast or something. Yeah, that's good, right? My worst attempt to look on the bright side seems appreciated, but not really effective. I mean, shocked again. It's just kind of a nuisance. I mean, we can't even eat up on the roof now, no wheelchair says. Yeah, but that's not a big deal, right? I mean, we can still eat together, but that's the important thing. That lopsided grin again is hard to look at. I suppose so, yeah. But like I said, it's a nuisance. I mean, I haven't really used a wheelchair in. She thinks for a minute. Maybe 7 years, something like that. Anyway, she haven't been in the wheelchair for maybe 7 years, for a long time. I'm afraid I'm a bit out of practice. Well, fortunately, it's only temporary, right? I mean, not. Oh yeah, of course. It's not like I lost them permanently. But it's a pain in the butt all the times, and not sympathetically. There's not much else I can do after all. Why am I going to do? Say I told you so? Although I did tell her to get that leg look at, but by the time I noticed it was too late anyway. Do you need help with anything? That is, can I help with anything? Amy shook her head and there's a bit of her usual grin back. Now I can manage fine by myself. Although if you want to hand me over to my bed, it would save me the trouble of rolling over there by myself. Yeah, get on the bed and... Don't forget that I downloaded the 18 plus patch and it's currently in the Katawa Shoujo game folders. Yeah. I blush in spite of myself and it giggles. You're such a brute, he sound. I'm not a brute, I'm just wouldn't want to take advantage of young women such as yourself. It's ungentlemanly. I wheel Amy chest to her bed and easily scoop her up and deposit her there. She's quickly sort herself out and sit on the side. She's actually a little heavier than she looks. It would be rude of me to observe this aloud, of course. Man, you're kind of heavy. Got smack. I mean, hits me with pillows. But just saying it's all. Must be all that running. At the mention of running, Amy's grins faltered slightly. Well, I guess I won't have to worry about that for a bit, huh? Maybe I'll lose some weight. That's what you do to lose weight, right? Cease physical activity? I'm pretty sure that's what the nurse would recommend. Speaking of which, are you going to still be showing up in the morning? I hate to run alone. Oh crap. Amy's sudden interjection interjection more disquieted, buttering than anything to profane, causes me to look over in shock. She leaning forward, trying to cover the fact that she's crying by covering her eyes with her hand. Of course, the subdued sobbing makes it pretty obvious that she's crying. Hey, I'm sorry. Forget I say anything, alright? Forget I say anything, okay? I place a hand gingerly around her and pull her close. I can think of nothing else or say to do. How do you comfort someone who just lost their leg again? Amy wraps me in a hug and stays that way for a while. Sorry, pretty bad this whole comforting thing, I guess. Don't say that. I'm fine, really. Her voice is slightly muffled by my chest. I pat her head reassuringly. That's the spirit, right? You get through this fine, I know it. Besides, I'm here to help you, remember? Amy lifts her head and stares at me with tear-stained eyes. Can you really? She grinning lopsidedly and something sparkles in her gaze. I can't tell if I'm being mocked or not. Of course, I mean show you all. Ouch. You're being heavy, but my witty comment is cut off by a sudden press out Amy's lips on mine. I'm caught off guard and I'm rewarded by hitting my head on the wall behind her bed. Ow. Amy pulls back, trying to look concerned rather than it's like she's about to laugh. Are you okay? Sorry. I rub my head ruefully and grin back at her. Got me off guard there. Is that going to become a habit? Am I going to be lectured by Susan and Mr. Moore? At the mention of the door, Amy giggles. Honestly, those two. If I didn't know why, I'd be utterly confused as to why she hang out around with someone bossy. With someone so bossy. Which one are we talking about? I mean, Susan is bossy, right? Or Misha is bossy? I don't know. You know exactly which one is Misha is hardly bossy. Oh, Misha. Okay. Noted. Misha is bossy, she's a name. Maybe kinders. But I don't know. She seemed very strict and keep very serious about discipline. So what's the reason then? Huh. The reason why Misha hangs around Shizune? Let me waste my question off with a smile. No idea. I see. Anyway, you seem to be forgetting the original question, don't you? Oh yeah, guess I am. You wouldn't mind giving a guy a little warning, would you? No, otherwise I'm liable to wind up with a concussion. I emphasize the points by rubbing it at the back of my head. Amy giggles madly. You could wear a helmet. Some kids here do, you know. Or I could just take revenge. I grab a pillow from beside me and whack Amy over the head. And she knocked down. Yeah. I still remember that there are some soundtracks that got the video's copyright claims, but honestly, I don't care. Alright, the only thing I care is that the 18 plus patch is currently activating. Amy topples off the bed and lands on the floor with the top. Her arms promptly reappear on the bed, and she managed to pull herself back up. She really has a surprising amount of strength in that little body. Her face is turned downward and away from mine, making me think I might have accidentally hurt her. Emil, you okay? You didn't hit your hand shoots up and grabs my collars. She pushes me in with the sharp tucks. Her face now barely an inch away from mine as she grins cheekily. Amy? And she gives me a headbutt. She gives me a sharp headbutt on her forehead, making quite a loud thud. That's painful, you know. I sit back and rub my now sore head as Amy smirks victoriously. How's that for revenge? No fair. You can't take revenge for revenge. For someone missing most of her leg, Amy is surprisingly a child. I swat at her, but she definitely rolls out of the way and lands hit with her pillows. Of course, the odds are against her. I can't stay up for starters. Oof. What are you doing? Okay, Amy, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Are we going to do it? Why are you on top of me like that? I guess I can't. After all, Amy seems to have effectively tripped me up, and now it's now sitting primly astride me as I lay on my back. I'm not even sure how she managed it. I win. Her eyes twinkle mischievously. I've been truly defeated by girls that's fraction of my size at that. Okay, this is new. We are getting to the 18 plus patches territory. Maybe, because she's on top of me. Then again, being defeated doesn't seem quite so bad. Amy being positioned over my waist is something that I or my body can ignore easily. I open my lips to speak, but Amy's head darts downward before I can get so much as a word out. I give no resistance as she presses her mouth to mine. Not that I want to. This is different somehow. She put back her knees at my lower lips and reinitiate the embrace. Her tongue darts inside my mouth, exploring. I can feel a warmth spreading through my body as my heart begins to beat faster. My mind starts to go foggy, and I become vaguely aware of my hand traveling up Amy's blouse. Amy gaps as I reach wow, and then the giggles and yep, she definitely on top of me. I stare up at grinning Amy. Alright. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, you guys and girls, alright. Having adult contents disables or like Steam censorship policy, yep, it ruins everything. But I'm trying my best, okay? I really am. I'm gonna figure out what to do actually. I stare at grinning Amy. Told you that makes my second win now. What doesn't count? You use feminine vows. All fair in love all's fair in love and war, right? And you're even blushing. I didn't know you were a blusher, Hisao. You're blushing too, you know, probably because of your brutish way. Even I gotta admit these stupid things to say to a woman who is currently straddling me and has been up until a few seconds ago playing tonsil hockey with me. A brute am I? Well then, let's see who blushes first, shall we? Okay. I'm not sure whether the tone of her voice terrifies or arouses me, but that question is quickly make a rather mood. Okay. I guess I have to edit this part out. Oh my god. Alright, she's not wearing anything except her panties. Oh my god. Oh no. In a motion of my practice ease, she peels her blouse off and tosses it carelessly aside. Her bra skirt quickly follow it onto the floor. I find the urge to blush is a rather hard task. Escalation, is it? My own shirt follows suit, albeit with some difficulty thanks to my position and with smocks on. You have to try harder than that. Wow. My hands gently caress Amy's bare skin, causing her to shivers. It would seem that my hands are acting on their own again. If our position had let me, I probably have finished her undressing for her. I start to say something about Amy's starting to blush, but both of us are very rapidly reaching the edge of something very barely holding us back. Conversation grind to a halt, and I feel my arms losing energy. Neither of us, however, is prepared for this sudden new sensation. An indescribable heat surges through me, coming from both myself and it seems Amy as well. With one hand on my chest to steadily herself, and another holding mine to make sure that I can have my way with her body again. She looks quite pleased with herself. And then, after a moment hesitation, she moves. And she moves again, and again, and she moves. Amy's breath hitches. My breathing is starting to come faster and more regularly as well. Amy's body shivers and shudders against mine. I can feel her starting to lose her balance. It must be harder for her to keep steady because she's missing her leg. I steady her as best as I can, cupping my hand around her backside. It's firm and taut. It makes sense, considering how much she runs. The potential power in those muscles makes them flex as she responds to my touch. What I fail to take into account is the fact that my attempt to steady Amy kind of slide her forward, and well, it feels amazing. Her panties slide easily against my trouser, and it doesn't take us long to figure out a rhythm. But Amy refuses to keep it to it, going now fast, now slow, now pausing for what feels like an eternity. I'm not sure whether she's doing this to toy with me or if it to make her feel better, but I'm well past caring. The heat between us is growing more intense, and I can't hold back a gasp. The noise only seems to drive Amy along. I begin to punctuate her movements with some of my own, which causes her modest just to bounce in time with my movements. Her breath began to come faster as we continue, my own breathing becoming equally quick. With her eyes closed, her lips pursed expectantly. I just managed to lift myself up for a few moments, our mouths seeking one another's, her chest sliding against mine as our sweat mingles. As I flop back down, my trousers are soaked with sweat, and I would take them off if it didn't mean stopping what we are doing. And I don't want to stop what we are doing, stop these growing pressures, this tickling in the back of my brain. Amy is sliding faster and faster, panting heavily, her voice seemingly unable to convey what she's feeling. Her body, on the other hand, is doing a fine job. Suddenly, she moves a little more erratically as my own breath hitches in my throat, ending in a final desperate thrust that sent me over the edge into a searching feeling I didn't know existed. My mind blank fills with white noise, and I succumb to a feeling of climax. For a few seconds, everything else in the world falls away except for this amazing feeling of Amy and I together. And then it passes, the white noise clears, and I'm left with staring up into the eyes of the girls atop me. For a few minutes, neither of us speaks, and the sound of breathing fills the room, our chest heaving from the experience. She eventually reluctantly shifts up on me and sits against the wall I shown her. So did I blush? I didn't notice. Did I? Amy shrugs, still breathing a little heavily. Did I notice either? Well, maybe we should. I need to use the window. Oh, hi, Rin. My first instinct is to hide, but then I realized that I'm still utterly exhausted and sitting next to a topless Amy, so there's no running away. Rin eyes pass over Amy and me and focus on the window. There was a cloud. A cloud? Rin nods. I was watching it from my window, but it didn't stay in my window. So I need to use your window. Amy shivered a little, causing me to cough in order to cover up giggles of my own. How long did you need the window for? We are busy. This time I can't contain my laughters. Rin ignored both Amy and me and peers out the windows. Her shoulders slump and she looks disappointed. It changed into something else. Disappointing. Amy is having trouble keeping a straight face. Sorry to hear that, Rin. Can we have a little privacy now, please? Rin shrugs as if to say, can you? And hooks her foot around the door, pulling it close behind her. We both dissolve into a raucous laughter, unable to deal with Rin's buzzily timed visit any other way. After our laughter dies down, I look to Amy with both a total mess. Well, Amy raised an eyebrow. Well, again? Amy grins and laughs, and then she nods. We should probably ditch the clothes this time. Alright. Rin's gonna be like, F this crap, I'm out. F this crap, I'm out. No thanks. The sunlight breaks through my windows shortly before my alarms ruins the morning silence. I feel sore. The event of the previous evening suddenly intrude upon my consciousness, and I find myself blushing. That was an eventful evening, and it explains perfectly the soreness of my lower back. I'll try. Yep. I'll try to edit this video. The walk back, as I recall, had been rather tense. My trousers having been soiled. I had washed them off in the bathroom before going back to my room, but there's still a fairly obvious looking stain on the front. Fortunately for me, the only person I ran into on my way back was Kenji, and he didn't notice a thing. Well, apart from my being in the general vicinity, of course he asked how the night went and whether or not I learned anything of important. I don't even know if I opened my mouth to answer. I was too tired to care. And this morning I admit that I'm feeling pretty worn out. Still, Amy had promised to meet me at the track, and I hate to disappoint. She is indeed waiting for me when I arrive, doing her best to look cheery despite the fact that she's sitting in a wheelchair. I went to her and began stretching. Real early. Amy frowns and shakes her head. Ridiculous. You're late. Overslept, he sound? Or took her out? Well, at least she seems more like her old self. As expected, she doesn't seem shy about mentioning our previous activity. Previous activities. Overslept. I get it now. Hey, you're lucky I could show up and all that cardiovascular activity last night. I nearly thought I have to see the nurse afterwards. Amy laughs out loud, then her face suddenly becomes concerned. I think I get it now. To replace with the Kabocha squash. Replace the rat with the Kabocha squash. To replace that. It is a don't contents. I get it now. Hey, that's not I mean, you're not. Go on, spit it out. It's just that it would be hard to explain if you had an episode where we were. That now that she mentioned it, it really is a legitimate concerns. I certainly hadn't thought of it last night. Of course, other more pressing concerns had been at hand. But I don't think anything we are doing is going to be any more of a strain than this morning run, and I handled those fine. So, Amy considered this point. A devious light appears in her eyes. Say, The light vanishes and Amy screams ruefully at me. I can't help but feel vaguely suspicious. I seem to have forgotten to pack gloves. What do you need gloves for? Amy indicates the chair upon which she is seated. For this, of course. Sure, regular moving around is all well and good without them, but I want to be able to get a good workout. And to get this kind of speed, you gotta have gloves if you don't want blisters. So what, are you wasting out on me then? Do I have to go alone? Amy thinks for a minute or pretend to think. If I remember it right, there's a spare pair or two in the truck's shed. So she does seriously want to do it then. But in her normal school uniform, I have expected her to wear a gym outfit for something like this. Wait, what are they doing there? Amy looked askance at me. Seriously, can't think of why the shed full of the truck's supplies at the school for the disabled would have racing clubs. Well, when she put it that way, I suppose that makes perfect sense. Hey, I'm still getting used to this place. Give me a break, huh? I guess I can let it slide this time. Now come on, I need your help. I can't imagine what for, but then again I didn't have a clue of why racing clubs would be in the shed. So I'm not willing to press the issue. She really want to do this another round, right? Amy navigates her way to the shed easily enough, though I can hear her grumbling under her breath. It's actually kinda cute. I hurry a little to reach the door first. Opening it will be easier for me than for her. The door opens and Amy starts to wheel inside, only to come to a sudden halt at the doorway. It seems the door sill is slightly too high for her to get over by herself. She makes a few runs at it unsuccessfully before crossing her eyes and glaring at the offending objects. A stupid wheelchair. He's like, can you give me a hand here? Sure, no problem. And we are inside the shed. It's a simple enough matter for me to bump Amy on over the doorway, jostling her slightly. Hey, easy there. Whoops, sorry. It's about this time that I fail to notice where I'm going and run Amy's chest into a mat. She gives a startled yap and topples forward. She gives a startled yap and topples forward out of her chair. There's a moment of silence as I gaze in horror upon what I've done, and Amy glares at me. He's out. Yes. Promise me you never work at the hospital. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Amy giggles and holds up the hand. Will you kindly help me back into my chair, he sounds. As I bend down to pick up Amy, Amy grins in triumph and pushes me into a kiss that quickly has her both entirely unconcerned about getting her back into the chair. In fact, as I move to a more comfortable position, I confess that the chair is pushed out the door, which, startled by the passage, swings shut. Okay. She really want to do this. She is really want to do this. Well, at least we got privacy now, which is a good thing. As my hand worked quickly to remove Amy's blouse and skirt. Blouse and skirt. I start to discover that she forgotten to put her bra on today. Did she plan this? Her arm hooks under mine and rests on my shoulders as I kiss my way down on Amy's neck, pausing to keep special attention to a spot right where the neck meets the shoulders that I found last night. You're kinda pretty good at the I do try. Amy pushes on my chest insistently, and I draw back with a puzzled expression. I got a confession, he said. Oh, you really like doing this, don't you, Amy? Having pulled back, I decided instead to focus my attention on her chest. As she attempts to speak, her words are interspersed with giggles that I find incredibly cute. I don't. He actually, whoa, wear gloves. My own reply is the writer mumbles onto her chest instead of being addressed to her face. Should have known. What quickly becomes irrelevant. Amy's movements are almost frantic, as if she's been holding something back since we met this morning, and now she has an outlet. I'm very nearly caught off guard by her aggressiveness, feeling her nearly rip my shirt off. The way she seems to be in the dominant position. From that point, I confess that I'm caught up in her attitude as well, flying back, rolling and wrestling even as I caress her chest, even as her finger dig into my shoulders, and I lose track of where we are. So much so that I rolled right off the mat and land on something small and rather hard. Ow. Amy still flushed and breathing a little heavily, peers at me and burst into laughter. I'm sorry, are you alright? Yeah, I think so, not sure what I landed on though. I reach out under my bag and pull the offending object out, inspecting it closely. Personal lubricant, lemon flavor. Why is that in the shade? Wait, what? Amy eyes shoot upward as she began, if possible to laugh even harder. Somehow I don't think this isn't track related. Oh man, I know whose that is. What? It's a track captain's. My old nemesis, or kind of. How'd you know it's his? Good question, how'd you know it's his? You planned this all out, right, Amy? It appears that I asked a stupid question, or at least Amy thinks so. Because he's the one who told me that the track shed was a good place for, what did he call them? Clandestine encounters. Oh, he invited you to one or something? Amy burst into more laughter. I confess the sight of a naked Amy laughing is oddly beautiful. I feel an eagerness to end the conversation and get back to what we are doing. And despite my rather pointed questioning, he said the track at the... I'm not judging that. Huh. Really, and I initially thought you two were a couple. Well, I did have a crush on him when I first joined up, but he wasn't interested. Obviously. But we are good friends, I guess. I mean, he told me about this, you know? I hesitate to ask. And really, I do, but I asked anyway. But what does he need the lube for anyway? I mean, he doesn't... How the hell does Amy always manage to not blush? Obviously, he uses it for, you know... I'm not gonna say that. I tried to suppress a snicker. I fail. Amy giggles too. And he tells you about all this? Amy shrugs. Yeah, of course. He kind of wow about the whole thing. Say it's a feeling that can't be beat. In the track set seems charged with some kind of horrible curiosity. That's interesting. I suppose I had to take his word for it. Well, birds outside stopped chirping. The wind is down. Somewhere, a man drinking a cup of coffee. He freezes with the cup at his lips. We could maybe try it. Okay. My jaw suddenly and spontaneously unhinged and hits the floor. What? Amy is finally blushing, rubbing the back of her head ruefully. Well, it's just that we really can't do what we did last night, you know. It wouldn't be safe, you know. I mean, it wasn't exactly a great idea last night. So, you know, we could try this to see if it's that good. Well, yeah, basically. Huh. Whoa! 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 Okay! 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 Whoa! I can see my face, but I cannot show that to you. Okay. Alright. Oh. I'm gonna talk about it at the end of this episode. God. Careful. Are you sure about this? Well, not at the end of the episode. After this, though. I'm positioned behind Amy, who is looking back over her shoulder, looking a little flushed. Well, obviously, once we decide to go ahead with this idea, we had to get back into the mood. That accomplished, we emptied the bottle of lube, and here we are. Yes, I'm sure. Come on, before I calm down and think too much about this. Amy's breathing is still coming a little heavily, and her response is almost impatient, which is to be expected. I suppose we were both so close, and this kind of delaying things. I think we both gone temporarily insane. At least that's going to be my claims from here on out. I try hard not to think about the specific of what I'm about to get myself into. There's no way this is going to be clean. Taking a breath, that is as much for me as it for her. I enter slowly. There's a lot of resistance, and it's like both of our body are reluctant to actually go through it. Amy's whole body tenses, and as I'm only partially in by this point, it feels surprisingly good, if a bit odd. Amy, on the other hand, looks uncomfortable. Well, it's her first time, right? The expression is almost comical. Should I stop? Amy's breath hitches in her throat, and it seems to take a few seconds longer than it should to formulate a reply. No, keep going. It just feels weird. She giggles. I can't blame her. I'm surprised that I even managed to form a sentence. It's hot. Feels exceedingly odd. The loop glistens unnaturally. It makes me uncomfortable. I continue to work my way inside her, walking slowly and listening carefully to Amy's breathing. I reach my limit and pause. Amy looked back again, biting her lower lips. Are you going to try moving, or are we just going to sit here feeling silly? Shyly can't say that. No, I just wanted to give you a chance to adjust. This doesn't make any sense. How did we even decide to do this? I don't think there really anything adjusting to this is out. Try moving, maybe it'll feel better. She sounds doubtful, but suddenly unwilling to admit defeat now that we've come so far. I begin a slow motion that seems to work well for both myself and Amy as she closes her eyes in an attempt to concentrate on this new feeling. As I begin to find a rhythm, I begin to feel that familiar falling away sensation I got yesterday. I close my eye and try to lose myself in the feeling, except it doesn't seem right. Amy's not making any noise. I learned very quickly yesterday that Amy is somewhat less than quiet when she's enjoying herself. As I open my eyes, I see that Amy is trying to get into things, but it just doesn't seem to be working for her. Her eyes are closed, she's biting her lips, but it seems to be out of her toleration rather than enjoyment. A sort of, well, this was a failure, but hopefully it will be over soon. Look, I'm caught in a bit of situation here. Enjoy, I don't want to stop, but at the same time, it doesn't seem to be doing much for Amy, or if it is, it's coming on far slower than I am. I feel bad. I want Amy to enjoy this too. I reach one arm around to tease Amy's chest, which startles her. This in turn causes her to tighten around me considerably, causing a wave of pleasure to blindside me. My gas seems to amuse Amy, but her grin quickly turns to a gasp as I move my other hands casually down her front and begin to stroke gently at the soft patch of hair between her legs. The motion of my own hips increases as my hand ministration to Amy front being back the gaps and yes that I'm used to. I concentrate only on the feeling of my hand, one now slick and sliding, the on skin soft and responsive, goosebumps on her flesh. She shivers and sweats as her own building climax, causing her to tighten until finally I can't possibly. No, I can't possibly. Oh God, I'm sorry, Amy. I'm going to give my final thrust. My finger tense around Amy's chest, dive between her legs. Yep. It's in. Amy back and she arches up a high girlish cry that echoes off the wall, and I feel the weight of my own climax annihilate all other sensation in my body. Amy's arm skips out and she falls forward rather violently, disengaging us and pulling something dear to me in the process. The sudden switch from pressure to pain causes me to lose balance and I fall forward on top of Amy. Ow. I quickly roll up Amy and prop myself up, breathing heavily and trying to ignore the pain in my crotch. Amy yaps a little as she rolls over. She grabs a couple of the tissues we kept handy earlier and cleans up before getting her panties back on and awkwardly leaning against a wall. Still breathing heavily, I decide to sit against the wall next to her. The feeling of the cool concrete against my sweating back is a welcome sensation. That hurt at the end. Yeah, that was probably not a good idea. Amy squirmed in order to try and sit down beside me without too much pain. Judging by her wincing, it doesn't really work. Yeah, I'm going to have a word with the captain. He was clearly lying. The utter and absolute ridiculousness of the situation suddenly hits, and I begin laughing. Amy shakes her head and begins laughing with me. Hey, Hisao, yeah. We're never doing this again, right? Yeah, I think my curiosity is satisfied on this one. Amy not satisfied? Good. I think we should maybe stick to the basic, don't you? I mean, most of this is new to me anyway. What do you mean most? Amy grins impatiently. I never tell. An unpleasant thought struck me. Even more unpleasant is the thought of having to ask Amy about it. Still, after what we've just done, it should be a cakewalk. Hey, is there a sink? I'd kind of like wash up a little. Amy just drops. In the sink? There's not really anywhere else to do it, is there? And it's I want to avoid the smell. And that the nurse may notice. True. And this is the most awkward conversation I have ever had. You're right. Yeah, it's on the back wall. There might be some soap too. Thanks. There is in fact a little hand soap, which is better than nothing. No towels though. I guess I have to dip dry. Oh, finish? Yeah, that'll do for now. It's not like I'm not going to take a shower after we see the nurse. Glad to hear it. Now, help me find my clothes. You tossed them somewhere. Hey, you know better. How am I supposed to explain that hole in my shirt? Hey, sorry, I got a little excited earlier. It takes some time, but finally we bought more or less clothes. There's a frantic moment where neither of us know where Amy's wheelchair is, but I recall it going through the door and rescue it. Now be more careful going through the door this time, would you? Bums are not my friend right now. I'm sorry, so sorry we tried this. Amy shrugs and grins. Well, it was worth a shot, right? And anyway, it was a good exercise, right? Can't argue with that. As we make our way up to the nurse office, I noticed that Amy keeps shifting uncomfortably in her seat. God, this feels weird. Good thing I'm in a wheelchair, Hisao. Why is that? Because now I don't have to explain to the nurse why I'm walking funny. Oh, we're never doing this again. The nurse is at least kind enough to not comment on the marks that Amy left on my shoulders. Or does he say a word about Amy's constant shifting about in her wheelchair? Either he didn't notice and he didn't want to notice, All the same, I'm going to have make sure that he didn't slip cyanide into my medication for a little while, just to be safe. I shower for longer than usual just to be sure I'm clean of our little experiment, and then collapse on my bed. Class is in 20 minutes, so I can probably afford a nap. Oh, okay, now we're back on track. Alright. Wow, without the adult content, I feel like, yeah, we're missing storyline. Yeah, we indeed do miss storyline. Well, what Amy and his did in the shed is animal style. I'm not going to explain what it is because yeah, the text history actually explain it and you get a better idea. But yeah. Knock knock, who's there? Knock knock, that's not how all the joke goes at all. Knock knock, I already said who's there. More importantly, what time is it? Even more importantly, what day? I'm suddenly catapulted into wakefulness by both the fact that the knocking still hasn't stopped and the fact that it's noon. On a school day, now fully awake, I can't remember why I was napping. Better not give that excuse to Muto. Sorry, I wasn't in class. I was experimenting as... Okay. And doing adult things with my girlfriend and it tired me out. Yeah, that can go over well. Yeah, that has to be text history or dialogue being modified. I wonder how long this knocking is going to continue. I guess I ought to answer the door. I'm strangely unsurprised to see Kenshi on the other side, though it appears that Kenshi is surprised to see me. What the heck are you doing here, man? Where I was sleeping? Kenshi not is understanding. Knocked out, I see. I told you to be careful around that Ibarazaki chick, man. This the sort of thing that happen when you're uncautious. It makes an attempt to look at the back of my head. Did she hit you with something? Or was it drug? Stop trying to touch me. Can she produce a flashlight and shine it in my eyes? Oh, you got a concussion? I wasn't knocked out. Maybe you just don't remember. This conversation isn't going anywhere. I just had the tiring morning and fell asleep. Whatever, man. If you want to be in denial about this, I guess I can stop you. But you gotta watch out for that girl, man. She's not safe. What? She's not safe to be around. She's one of the most sinister agents. If you're not careful, there's no telling what could happen. She brought down stronger men than you know. What the heck are you talking about? She's not an agent or anything, and she didn't knock me out, okay? I also highly doubt that she brought down anyone at all. Kenshi looks almost offended. I have no idea why. You don't believe me? Let's go, man, real cold. I'm just trying to look out for you. That's what friends do, you know. We're friends, I have no idea. And then again, I wonder if Kenshi knows what being a friend even entails. I feel something like pity for him, standing there before me. Maybe he does think he's looking out for me. I know. I'm sorry about that. Thanks for warning. I hold up my hand as a sign of peace. Kenshi shakes gingerly like my hand could possibly be on fire. There's an awkward silence for a few seconds before Kenshi remembers that he's still shaking my hand. Anyway, I need favors. What kind of favor? I'm out of money. No, you're on. You've got money kept in your desk drawers under a black notebook for emergency. Did you ransack my room? That's not important. I don't need money anyway. I adopt a very serious tone. I'm about to undertake a major corpse. It will blow the whole conspiracy wide open if I'm right. But it's dangerous, so I need you to do something for me in case I don't come back. Sure, man, anything. What the heck is he planning on doing? Should I be telling someone about this? Yeah, I go missing by 3 days and then mail all my journal up to the newspapers. It's hidden in my room under the first bottom up in one of my desk drawers. How do I get into your room? I don't have a key. Can you look at me like I'm crazy? So pick the lock. You know how to do that, right? That's illegal. Don't. It's an important skill to learn at young age. Yes, sure. Of course I know how. I'll be sure to do that for you if you go missing. I don't think I want to read Kenshi's journals. And either way, Kenshi seems pretty happy that I agreed to do this thing for him. Great, man, great. I'll see you around. I got stuff to do. And he's gone, dashing down the hallway. He made it seem so final. I hope I don't have to carry out his final wishes. Shaking my head, I closed my door and walked back to my bed. Guess I should go to class, if only to catch up last half of the day. But I come this far without going to class today. And I did want to read more of that Hawking book but let me. I'm sure he will understand. This time the noise jerked my attention away from my book, an experience not unlike being woken up. Who's there? Me, aren't you glad? The voice is muffled through the door, but unmistakably Emmy's. I hop up and open the door, smiling broadly. Hey, nice to see you again. Emmy grins back, staring up at me from her wheelchair. Yeah, you would have seen me earlier, but the dang elevator wasn't working. I had to wait for them to fix it. You'd think they could keep it in better order, but no. I chuckle a bit at her vexed expression and invite her in. She wheels in easily, and with my help, she hops onto my bed. They are much more comfortable than that stupid chair. A sound of contentment hangs in the air, and for a minute we both just stare at one another. And it's at that point that I noticed the circle under Amy's eyes. They're not that dark, but they definitely weren't there before. Before I can ask her about them, Amy fixes me with a mischievous stare. So I couldn't help but notice you weren't at lunch today. In fact, I don't think I saw you at all. What happened? Fell asleep? I actually didn't wake up until lunch, and only then because Kenji woke me up. What had you so tired? Strain was working out this morning, slightly uncomfortable too. Amy coughs, half laughing, a half embarrassed noise. Remind me not to do that again. No problem. It wasn't exactly great for me either, to be honest. You just avoid that from now on. Are you still sore? Amy stares at me in disbelief. What is it a legitimate question? What is a legitimate question? Of all the questions I never thought I'd be asked, that's one of them. Well, I didn't ever expect to have to ask it, so we even. Amy laughs at this. I guess so, huh? Well, since you asked, yes, I'm a little sore. I'm still a little sore. We're never doing that again. No argument from here. Yawn escaped her, and I raised an eyebrow. Tired? Amy not sleepingly. Haven't slept well. Not sleeping well. I can tell that she didn't mean to tell me this either because she gives a little start, like she just been caught up lying and has nothing to add. It's not a big deal though. What's the trouble? Amy shrugs and refuses to elaborate. Stress over exams? Another shrug, but after a pause, Amy nods hesitantly. Yeah, I guess. Actually, that's why I stopped by. She begins to look more and more miserable. Not so you notice, of course, but her eyes are on her laps. She's fidgeting and her voice is quiet. We need to stop hanging out so much. Why? Amy takes a deep breath, like she's been practicing this. Because you're too much fun to be around. I can't concentrate when you're near me. With exam coming up soon, I just can't have that distraction. Yeah, focus on the exams. Don't think too much. Otherwise, my grade will be pretty lousy, I'm afraid. I could help you study. She smiles at me, clearly unhappy with the situation. I love you could, but we wouldn't actually study, would we? I mean, even now, I'm trying to have a conversation with you, but I kind of just want to, not converse. Overwhelmed by my rock manliness, I understand. That earns me a grin at least. Amy shakes out her head. That makes sense, because of the manliness. Idiot, you're full of yourself. Well, I'm pretty irresistible. More or less, I guess. So that's the situation, he's out. I had too much fun around you, and if I'm going to go into exam prepare, I need to be alone. Hey, that's okay. It really seems to have been bothering her. Besides, it's only a couple of weeks, and we still see each other in the morning and at lunch. We can just hang out at school, no problem. And after exams, we go on a date to celebrate their being over, okay? Amy grins pleased by this proposal. Yeah, sure, that sounds great. As if to signal the end of the conversation, she leans in and kisses me. The rest of the night is not spent worrying about exam. Drinking milk while reading a visual novels with 18+ patch inside the game folders. It's weird how easily Amy and I can keep from seeing one another after class now. Actually, I venture to say that it's vaguely disturbing. As easily as we come together, as easily as we come together. We simply have split apart without much troubles. Well, I guess that's not exactly true. We both been pretty bummed after that last night together, and we get to see each other every morning for our run, and just our run, I might add. Lunch too, I especially enjoy lunchtime with her. We have plenty of time to talk about everything outside school, whereas the morning run have become increasingly business-like. I think it's because Amy wants to make up for our foolery in the story thread. But no matter what, how much we joke at lunch, I can't help feeling a little worried about her. She seems distracted more often, and I caught her fidgeting nervously more than once. I never figured her to be someone who cares that deeply about exams, but they certainly seems to be taking their toll, even though they haven't even started. This is just a run-up, the deep breath before the plunge. Tomorrow the real trial begin, or the real exam anyway. As for me, I actually don't feel that worried about exam at all. I'm not sure why. I mean, they're pretty important. My score here will determine my odds of getting into a good university. Heck, if I'm too cavalier now, it could just spell doom for my academic career. But going into them, I feel confident that I'll come out on the other side, okay? But the things I got the examination locked up at any rate. Or as he said, the last thing that should give you trouble is my exam, he said. It's way beneath your talent. Then again, it's Muto who's telling me this. His praise of me carries the veiled implication that anything less than perfect for me would be disappointment, which has actually caused me to fret more than I should about exams. It's for that reason I find myself in the library after class, poring over the textbooks. Pretty simple things to look over, some formulas of velocity, a few bits about frictions. A walk in the park compared to my dreaded English exams never was good with language. As I flip through my notes one more time, my mind begins to wander. After this exam are over, things should be easier. After these exams are over, things should get easier. Should we be graduated, then off to college, hopefully. I remember my opportunity exam to find out what Amy's plans to do at the high school. She avoided the subjects pretty depthly, as I recall. Heck, it seems that just about every time I push too hard, she dances around the subject or distracted me through other means. Like a few days ago at lunch, when Riz wasn't around, I done it. I started from my reverie by Yuko's front shout. God, Yuko seems mortified by my sudden starting. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, I really wasn't, and it's just that. As she stuttered, I moved too quickly to calm her down before she gets too agitated. Whoa, hey. My words seems ineffective. Yuko continued to work herself into a complete fancy. And it's a library and I shouldn't be, isn't it? Just calm down. And really, I'm setting a bad example, and now I get fired for because I can't do anything right. Yuko! Some shouting seems to work, though I draw the eye of several other students studying in the library. Yuko snaps to attention like a soldier who just heard the captain bark orders. Sorry. Calm down, it's okay. You just startled me a little, and that's only because I was daydreaming instead of studying. So really, you got me back on task. This is a complete lie, but it seems to work. Yuko takes a deep breath and seems to calm down a little, though she keeps shifting around with the nervous energy that seems awfully familiar. So what got you so excited anyway? The Yamaku Cat Burglars? To her credit, Yuko managed to convey her intense excitement in the whispers. I think I know who it is. I got anonymous tips as to their identity, so I did some spying, and I think the tipster was right. Oh really? Who was the burglars? Yuko shuts her mouth, shaking her head decisively. No, I can't tell you that. Why not? It's between me and the burglars. I can't risk warning him that I'm on to his game. He could tip his hand early and blow town. Then I'm left with no prep. I left with no perp. When did Yuko start talking like a horrible detective? I wouldn't warn them. Why would I care? And if you got to ask that question, then you don't need to know. That doesn't make any sense, but okay. Congratulations, I guess. Thanks. What for? The cat burglar thing. Yuko nods and smiles appreciatively. So, studying for exams? Well, that was the plan. I'm not having much luck though. Really? Is because you can't find a book? I'm really sorry. I've been meaning to clean the shelves up for weeks now, but I keep getting distracted. I'm so sorry. Oh wait, it's not that I got my book right here. To illustrate the point and hopefully calm Yuko down, I show her the textbook in front of me. My mind just keep wondering is all. Is it because of the noise in there? I'm trying to be more strict about the noise level, but I can't bring myself to yell at people. I mean, on their life hard enough without me throwing my authority around. No, it's not the noise level either, I promise. I'm just, heck, I don't know. Worry about Amy. Worry about us. Worry about what happened after we graduate. Amy been kind of weird lately. What do you mean? Well, you know how we date now. I just don't know that we are actually, a couple, or at least I don't know that we are beyond friends. Though friends normally don't do that sort of thing we do. Physically, we're coupling, I guess. It's like every time I try to find out more about her or about what she wants to do with her life, she dodges the question. Like the other day, I was talking to her at lunch about some school I've been looking into, and I asked her, "Have you looked into any school lately?" She shrugged in response, says no, and when I asked why not, she says that she doesn't think that far ahead. I asked her why she has that policy, and she suddenly. I suddenly realized what I'm about to say. I suddenly realized that what I'm about to start describing, and Wesley decided to climb up. She what? She changed the subject. Wouldn't talk about it. Maybe it's an uncomfortable subject for her, or she just doesn't think it needs explaining. Yeah, it's not just that. Every time I try to find out what's been bothering her, she changed the subject too. It's like she's like being with me, but not getting close to me. Now that I say it out loud, I feel worse. You could digest this bit of information. It seems to me that you're more serious about this than she is. I can almost feel my stomach twist into a knot. She's right. That's exactly what it seems like. But is that really what's going on? I mean... sorry, I'm just talking nonsense. You shouldn't take my advice, you better know me. I'm just a librarian and a single, so you can't imagine I can't know what I'm talking about. No, I think you have a point. As much as it hurts to even consider it, Yuko seems to try desperately to find a way to soften the blow somewhat. Hey, look, I'm probably wrong, but if you want to be sure of how obviously wrong I am, maybe you should talk to her. Just get some time alone and just ask her about it. And don't let her change the subject either. Yeah, maybe I should do that. Or maybe I should just enjoy what I have. We haven't hanging out at all, and the runs are nice, and the other activities are nice, and talking to her is nice. Do I really need to get closer to her? What I got right now is pretty good. No, but that's silly. I want to get closer to her. I want to be able to help her out with whatever is bothering her. But maybe I should wait until after exam are over. Maybe she brighten up once the stress has passed. And if she does, then I don't need to worry about it anymore. But if she doesn't, well, I cross that bridge when I come to it. I thank Yuko for her advice and head back into my room. Maybe I'll be able to concentrate more on my study in there. Yuko, you'll find somebody one day. One day. I leave the room after finishing my final exam and breathed a sigh of relief. As I hoped the exam wasn't so bad, I managed to breeze through just about everything but the English finals. And even that was acceptable. I wonder how Amy did. And even more so, how's she doing? She looked terrible at lunch today. I mean, she was pretty happy to be out of her wheelchair, but she was so exhausted. Something been wearing her down, and I'm starting to really doubt that it was just the exams. Should I confront her about this though? My musing is interrupted by a towel on the shoulders. Hey Hisao, got a minute? No, I have other things to worry about. Sorry, Teach. Actually, I got something I need to do. Yeah, oh well. I wanted to get some feedback on the science club stuff from you, but we can do that later, I guess. Enjoy your break, you hear? Thanks, I will. I really love to chat with Muto, but I got other things on my mind. Specifically, what to do about Amy. Can I really just confront her? The question keeps spinning in my head even after I make my way back to my room. Why is she get angry about it? Besides, what if it's nothing? If I go in and refuse to leave her until she tells me what's wrong or something, won't that come out as clingy? I don't want to start a fight or anything over something like this. Maybe I should stop. Maybe I should just drop the matters and see how she is tomorrow before I do anything. Will it be so bad to just let it go? It's not like we don't enjoy each other's company, but as it sounds, I really want to help her. I don't even know what with her or if there's anything at all she needs help for, but I want to. Suddenly a knock on my door rouses me. Kenji, I don't want to see you. I open it to see Kenji. Oh, it's you. It's me, that's it. If you have any idea what I've been through, what I've done, you'll be happy to see me do it. I mean, that was some epic. You may never see me again, crap. And here you're just acting like I went down to the store for some milk. You go, man, I really respect that. Thanks, I guess. It's smart to play safe, you know, don't show any emotion. Keep your cards close to your chest, unless it's time to show your cards, or you have bad cards. Then you should jump forward and collect your winnings. Do you understand? Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I think mission went well. Well, awfully nosy of you, isn't it? You can't just go saying things like that. Things are at a delicate stage. One wrong move and bam, the invasion succeeds. I thought you were going to blow the conspiracy wide open. It's because I thought I need to update my charge and probably change some other puppets around. You wanna help? I got some whiskey from somewhere. You can fill me in on everything your investigation has done up. Better not, I'm supposed to meet her today. Gotta go to do that, can raise suspicions. And can she not in the approvals? Still keeping it close to the chest, eh? Okay man, I respect that. Good luck. Thanks. I'm just going to pretend for the sake of my own sanity that he's wishing me luck in talking to Amy. And if I squint, the whole corner analogy he was talking about work here. Time to lay it all on the tables, or see it. I can get Amy to do so, rather. With a sense of something approaching purpose, I head down for Amy's room. I hop up the stairs leading to her room and knock on the door. Who's there? That's odd, her voice sounds a little joke. Hey, it's me, I thought I stopped by. Isao, come on in. I reach down to open the door, only to find that it's locked. More and more curious. Your door's locked. Oh yes, sorry, give me a minute. In a few minutes, Amy opens the door grinning. Sorry, I had to put my legs on, I was napping. Despite her grin, there's something definitely off. Amy's eyes are slightly red and it looks like she's been crying. Hey, no problem. Are you okay? Oh yeah, I'm fine. It's just that you look like you've been crying. Oh yeah, you're up to a great start at this one. No, what? Nah, I'm fine. I'm just happy to see you. She punctuated this with a long kiss that continues as the door slams shut behind us. I know what she's want to do now, and I'm also painfully aware how badly I want to do it too, but I break the kiss with a wrench of self-control and that nearly ends me. Hey, wait. Amy eyes crinkle in from confusion. Wait for what? We need to talk. Isn't that supposed to be my line? I never a good thing to say. She got a point. It's usually leading to a breakup or to a fight. Maybe it can be a good thing this time. That's the hope anyway. Can we at least get into a bed? It's my first day back on this thing and I'm still readjusting. Plus the nurse said I should try to be on them less often since running puts such a strain on them. Can't argue with that. It's a trap, we both know it and we both don't care. And then again, it's awfully hard to get angry while in bed with the object of our affection, so maybe there's that motivation too. I see Amy legs out by the bedside, I sit down next to her, throwing her arm around her shoulders. Instead, we just enjoy being able to be in this position again for a few minutes. Then, of course, I need to ruin it by opening my mouth. Look, I know that you've been having kind of a rough time of it lately, and I want to help you out. I thought it was just the same thing to you, but now I come to your room and you've been crying, and that ends me. But I can't do anything if you won't talk to me about it. I told you I'm fine. No, you aren't. It's obvious something's eating at you. You can tell me, you know. There's a slightly increased intention in Amy's voice. Why is my saying I'm fine is not good enough? You're concerned I get that at school, but I'm fine. It's nothing that you need to worry about. Not slimming and spacing out more than it really doesn't strike me as fine. I want to help. Yeah, I don't like seeing you like this. I want you to be happy, you know. I get the feeling that came out short. I get the feeling that came out wrong. But Amy fixes me when I sit stairs. So you want to fix me, Hisao? She's definitely getting angry now. Want to swoop in on your white charger and save the day? Stop the nightmare with the phantom limb pains. And restore what loss? Her voice catches in her throat and the tears start to flow. Well, you can't. And nobody can. Nobody will. So stunned by her sudden verbal assault that I remained quiet. Neither of us say anything for a while. I was surprised that Amy tightens her grips on me rather than pushing me away. After a deep breath, she started talking again. Look, I'm sorry. Just there's this nightmare about the accident. The accident I should have known. It took a leg after all, and it never comes up, of course. And I usually deal with them fine, but because I can run. Running clears my head like nothing else. I don't have to worry about anything while I'm running. I just concentrate on breathing, on the rhythm of things. It's easier that way, life easier that way. Just keep moving forward, you know, nothing else matters, just getting around the next curve. And then it's the next curve and the next until I can't go on anymore. Or think anymore, or do anything but slow down and walk until I catch my breath again. After something like that, nothing else matters. But I've been stuck in that goddamn wheelchair for too long, so no outlets. Today it's just kind of boring over a little. You could have talked to me about it, you know. You didn't have to go it alone. Amy smiled sadly, like she trying to explain to a child that all fire burns. Yeah, I did, and I do. But why? Why do you have to keep going through this alone? Why can't you just trust me enough to let me help you? That smile again. Amy leans in and kisses me on my cheeks, on almost motherly gestures. She lifts her mouth closer to my ears as she confesses this one thing for me. She confessed this thing to me because he saw I already had everything I knew ripped away from me once. I don't know what I'd do if it happened again. She pauses as if uncertain as to whether or not she should continue. I can feel violence churning in my gut. She continues. So I can rely on you, or the nurse, or anyone else? Just me. That's how it's gotta be. Having delivered this short speech, she looks down and covers her mouth with the back of her hand. The conversation is clear over. I search for something to say, but I can't think of anything. Maybe I should go for now. I got stuff. Amy doesn't even look up. She sounds tired or relieved. I can't tell which. Okay, he's out. Go take care of that stuff. I'll see you tomorrow. I get out of the bed and head for the door, pausing at the doorway. Hey, Amy. Yeah? That's the thing I want to say. I too mixed up to say anything. I too mixed up to say any of them though. After her admitting that she never let me close, I feel like my words just been ripped out from me. What happened in that accident? I know she lost her leg, but that never seems to bother her. But what happened there? What scares her so badly that she won't accept help, even from someone she loves? I don't know, but I want to know. I want to know so badly that being denied that answer feels like a knife in my guts. Hey Sal, you were saying? I'm still standing in the doorway. Nothing. Never mind. I'm out, and I'm closing the door and walking down the hallway, down the stair, out the door, into the dark, and back to my room. Somehow I wander back to my own room. My brains are doing about a minute, are going nowhere fast. I can figure out how to deal with this. I thought that moving forward was a good thing. Doing less on the past that I can't change, living in the present and looking at the futures. After these things with Amy, I'm not sure anymore. She was saying the truth. It's simpler to look at the next curve, ignoring the path gone by, not worrying about the opponents left behind, no care for the spectator on the sidelines, and unfortunately no time to watch out for lacking teammate either. I throw myself down on the bed, looking at one corner of my ceiling as if the answer I want were written there. No such luck, of course. She's literally running away from something, but have I not been doing the same thing, trying my best to forget about my hospitalization? I'm getting better, but my health isn't going to magically fix itself. Amy has 2 legs instead of a heart to deal with, but those aren't going to magically fix themselves either. Maybe this is just as fixed as the both of us can get. The room becomes darker and darker until I can't really tell I'm looking at the corner anymore. The morning comes too soon on the heels of the sleepless night. Is this how Amy been spending her nights? Staring at the wall or ceiling, trying to stop thinking about whatever it is? Her in my case, that clenched feeling in my gut is still there. I can't rely on you, words spoken so casually, almost like she was teasing me, or chastising me for suggesting that the earth is flat. That's how it's gotta be. The way it's gotta be sucks. I feel so miserable that I very nearly decided to skip the run. That would be stupid though. It's not something I should do just to see her. Sure, that was the original reason, but it's something more now. I started to enjoy the running itself. There was a way to get the blood. Flowing anyway. Never thought I said that it after the first week or so, but I feel a lot better after the run. Like no matter what else I do today, I at least done that one thing. It wakes me up too, and Amy herself said that running always clear her mind. Maybe it will help clear mine. I hope so. The morning is going clear, but being humid, summer's making itself known it seems. Amy is already stretching out when I arrive, and greets me with a smile and a wave. Hey, Hisao. The sight of her so chipper is like kick in the nuts. How can she be so happy after yesterday? I give a happy wave and I am surprised to receive a hug. Hey, about last night? Here it comes. I wanted to say thanks. I actually managed to get some sleep for the first time in a while, and I think it's because of our talk. So thanks. How could she sleep better after our chat? She basically told me that she wouldn't get any closer to me, and that's let her sleep well. Excuse me, what the heck? Amy either doesn't notice my bathroom or chooses not to notice, not telling what you heard anymore. Oh, no problem, guy, help. The venom that threatens to rip into my voice is controlled for now, but I think I'd better start running now before I do anything stupid. Amy seems equally willing to get started, and before long we are darting around the track. I can tell she feels more relaxed. Her running has come back to the more graceful movement I remember from when I first watched her. It's a stark contrast to the almost brutal way she's been holding herself around the track these past few days. Our talk really does seem to help her. A pity it couldn't help me. I get into the rhythm of the running, thinking back to when I couldn't afford thinking about anything else but keeping my breathing steadily and legs moving. Guess those days are gone, at least for the first couple of laps. Annoyed at the lack of the success I'm having with clearing my head, I increase the pace. There's a burning sensation in my legs, the breath coming ragged in my chest, and the pounding of my heart, which I still need to be careful about. But it doesn't seem to have gotten stronger, and I can feel it pumping blood through my veins. The sound thrums in my ears, but instead of being panicked as it was that day in the snow, I'm instead filled with elations. Guess it's working. My heart that prayed for, that landed me here has improved. I'm able to keep going now, and maybe one day I'll be able to stop worrying as much. Right now, it doesn't matter that I have no idea what to do about Amy and me. What that matters is that my arm and legs continue to pump in concert with one another's, nothing else. As I hit the final stretch, I remind myself that running really does help, though not as much as I hope. I do feel better, and as I walk a few laps to cool down, I begin to remember last night in a slightly less emotional manner. Amy wants me to stay distant from her. I can't bring myself to do so. There's got to be a way around this, some kind of middle ground I can reach. Not sure what that middle ground is though. Dang, I was almost feeling optimistic. Next run, Hisao, you really improved. Nice run, that's all I can hope for now, isn't it? Congratulations, Hisao, you're pathetic. I gotta change my attitude. But I'm pretty awesome. And yet I just keep saying things that I don't mean. And any second now I'll be good at hiding my problem as Amy is. I like to think so. Why does she do this to me, saying something like that with such a real affection in her voice that it makes my heart leap? She doesn't mean it, she can't. I must have been doing a worse job than I thought because Amy peers closely at me. Hey, you feeling okay? Maybe we should get to the nurse, huh? Yeah, I hate to kill over on you. Amy looks a little shocked at my bitter tone. Don't say things like that. You already done it once before, you know. Why does she act so affectionate? She doesn't really care. I thought she'd make that clear. But despite of all that, I find myself apologizing even though I shouldn't have to. Even though she probably just putting on an act. Sorry. Come on, let's see the nurse. I can't get myself to calm down the whole time. Every time it feels like I got over what happened last night, Amy does something or says something that shows affection, and I'm back to the beginning. The image of her ending that conversation haunts me. It was like that final twist of the night that left me feeling bereft of my of any hope that Amy and I could be more than what we are. And what are we at this point? A little more than a friend, so who happened to... Okay, that is modified. And really, it's not like I don't enjoy the time I spent with her, so said so the other day is myself. I very nearly didn't even bring anything up with her, which was just gonna hop on in there and let it ride, wasn't I? Well, I can clearly see the dialogue, the script, the text history modified. Yeah, they changed to the very good language, huh? With And this running through my head. I find myself in front of the nurse's office, still brooding as he checks out Amy. Amy comes bounding out of the door, give me a kiss, and dodges up to shower, I assume. Meanwhile, the nurse beckons me into his office and to give me a ritual once over. Any problem today? Nah, I even push it a little harder today than I have in the past. I seems able to handle it. That's uncharacteristically risky coming from you, Hisao. You've been hanging out with Amy too much. She rubs off on you and not necessarily in the good way. At the mention of Amy's name, I can't help but frown unhappily in spite of my effort I control. Well, now this is new, don't you think? And last I checked, your usual response to Amy's name was a grin, not a frown. What exactly happened between you two? Because Amy doesn't seem to be on it, wherever it is. She looks more relaxed than I've seen her in weeks, which is unusual for this time of the year. What do you mean by that? By what? For this time of year, I keep trying to find out what's been bothering her, but she clams up as soon as I broach the subjects. Then last night she said, let me guess, she won't tell you because she says she can trust you? And now you're crushed because you thought that the two of you were so much more than she seemed to think, right? More or less. How the heck did you know? Hey Sam, I'm the nurse, it's my job to know these things. Plus I know Amy for long enough to know that she tried to do something like this, it's just like her. He says this in the sort of the half affectionate, half frustrated tone that would seem more appropriate if he had a cigarette dangling on his lips. As it is, he seems willing to make do with a pen. I open my mouth to respond, but knocking sounds at the door interrupt me. Hey, you guys still in here? Just a moment, Amy. Give us a second to get our pants back on. The door bursts open and Amy glares knives at the nurse. Butthole. I didn't mean to get your hopes up. Hey, can we leave me out of this? Anyway, was Amy forget something? I try to take more cheerful tones with her. No need to upset her, you can play the everything's fine game. Actually, I forgot to ask you something. What was that? Did you want to come with me on the trip to my house? My mom's making dinner and I thought you might want to join us. Well, of course I accept. Amy punches the nurse in the arm playfully. Not you idiot, you were over last week. I was talking to Hisao. Oh, how interesting, meeting the parent? I'd love to go, Amy, thanks. The nurse raises an eyebrow but say nothing. Great, I'll be in my room. Swing by after you shower and change into something clean and we grab the bus. Sounds good, I'll see you in a bit. This time it's me who leans in for a quick kiss before darting up to my room. What an interesting development. Maybe we came closer after all. Maybe Amy finally ready to open up a little. Or maybe she's just being polite and a free meal seems not like a good way to apologize for last night. Right now I can decide whether to be excited, nervous or depressed. I settled for a combination of all three and hops in the showers. Yeah, we skipped the nurse choice sections. We really did. Because yeah, like I ignore Butos and just worry about Amy and go straight up. I don't think I like riding on buses. Actually, I think I'm pretty comfortable saying that as a fact. They sway a lot and it smells funny and you can feel every bump in the road. I'm really not looking forward to this. Plus Amy's legs keeps making a clanging noise that draws the attention of everyone else on the bus. She's in shorts again and she got long socks drawn up on her prosthetic so they don't look so obviously forced again. But that doesn't stop the onlooker or two every time her legs bumps together with an audible clunk. I sit nervously in my seat and Amy raises an eyebrow questioningly. She doesn't seem to mind the stares, either that or she doesn't even notice that people are staring. I'm sure she gotten her a few odd looks before. After a certain amount of times, I doubt she's noticed anymore. Not that she ever tell me if I ask. Another fact is I'm not just uncomfortable about the bus. I can't seem to come to terms with the fact that Amy appears to be trying to bring me closer while at the same time pushing me away. Meeting the parents is a big deal, right? Not that I haven't already met Amy's mother, but that was just as an acquaintance. Now it's going to be as Amy's boyfriend with everything that implies. I can feel my heart now pounding in my chest, an echo of that snow-covered afternoon that feels like it was so long ago that it might as well be another life entirely. Except then I didn't know what was going on. I also didn't have medication to help prevent things spiraling out of control. I come a long way in terms of my physical health, and for the second time today I feel like I'll be able to live normally now, or at least as normally as possible. Now if only I could manage my relationship as well as I manage my heart, I'll be in great shape. And when we're here, Amy grabs my hand as soon as we step up on the bus. She starts heading down the street almost immediately. Come on, we got a couple blocks until my place. What? Oh, okay. I follow Amy down the street, watching her confident stride. She's heading kind of quick pace for just a walk. I guess she anxious to get there. So does your mom do this sort of things often? And not too frequently. Mom's never been much for playing hostage. Oh yeah? Yeah, my dad was always the one pushing her to help people over. This sudden and unprompted reference to her father catching me off guard. And from the look of Amy's face, I'm not sure she meant to mention him. I think I've only ever heard her talk about him once. What I remember is that Amy's mom told me that he wasn't around anymore. Oh, your mom prefers solitude. Amy laughs, either from relief that I didn't ask about her father or from finding my statement actually funny. Not at all. She's why I'm such an outgoing person, you know. She just preferred to be a guest rather than a hostage. It's less stressful that way, or so she says. Clearly, she's never had to meet her girlfriend's mothers or for dinners. Amy giggles again and speaks in a teasing tone. Nervous, he sounds. You shouldn't be, you know. It's not a big of a deal. Just dinner at my house, that's all. Yeah, but have you ever brought home a boyfriend before? I confess that part of me tries hearing the answer to this. I know very little of Amy's past relationship. I don't even know if there's a past relationship. No, I guess I haven't. Hey, maybe this really is a kind of big deal after all. Oh good, now I feel twice as nervous. Though I tell the truth, I'm pretty happy to hear that I'm the first one. Maybe we got something special after all. Boosted by this new thought, I managed to calm down considerably by the time Amy knocks on her front door. Hey mom, open up, we're here. The door swings open and Mrs. Ibarazaki stands grinning at her daughters. The grin is still surprisingly similar to Amy's. I'm never going to get used to that. People normally wait for a few minutes before they start shouting at the door. And most mothers say hello to their daughters instead of scolding them right away. Of course, welcome home dear, miss you. An affectionate hugs later reaside, and it is only then that Amy mom seems to remember that I'm actually here. And hello to you too, Hisam, how are you? I'm quite well, thank you. Nice to not have school to worry about for a little bit. Yes, you finished up your exam, haven't you? That must be quite a relief for you both. It's certainly a way off my mind, that's for sure. Mine too. I think I slept well for the first time in weeks last night from relief alone. If this news is a surprise to Amy's mothers, she doesn't show it. Still, her response is betray a note of interest. Is that so? I'm very glad to hear that, Amy. I get worried when you would up about your exams. Certainly, Amy's mothers know something I don't, or rather, she doesn't know that Amy tells me about the nightmare. Interesting, being able to observe how Mrs. Ibarazaki covers for Amy that protective instance to make sure that I don't know any more than Amy's will tell me. I wonder if Mrs. Ibarazaki will figure out that I know about the nightmares, or is she just keeping everything secret for everybody? Yeah, it's not maybe as bad this year as in the past. He's helped me to stay focused. Okay, I know that's not true. She even cut off contact outside of school hours during exam week. But she did see me during the day, and she told me more than once that the morning runs was the only thing that she looked forward to during exam. So maybe it's not that much of a lie. But either way, to hear that being around has helped even a little makes me feel a bit better. Amy's mother raises an eyebrow at this statement. Either she doesn't believe Amy or she as surprised as I am. But then it appears that it is a good thing you two has become so close. I tell you to take care of my daughters, but it looks like you're already doing that. Amy grins at this and seems to take pride in having managed to ingratiate myself with her mother so easily. Actually, I say your daughter has been the ones who taking care of me. She got me out running. I'll probably be more active since meeting her than I ever was even before. I actually never thought of it that much, nor had I ever appreciated the humor of it. I wasn't too active before the heart attack. Picked up games of soccer don't really count since they weren't that common. So now that I know for sure that I have a weak heart, now I run every day pushing my luck with the help of my medication. I took her quietly, then realized that I never finished my sentence. Well, before I had my heart attack and went up at school here. It comes out so casually. There was a time that I would have thought twice about talking about what was wrong with me at all. But now it just seems silly to care, especially in the company of Amy and her mothers. If Amy can be cavalier about her disability, then so can I. I think back to the chart meet where Amy declared herself the fastest thing on no legs. The fact of her obvious loss has never seemed to bother her, at least not in public. Being stuck in the future frustrated her, I know, but even that was something she dealt with on her own, despite my effort to the contrary. Amy has a way of bringing out the more active side in people. I never quite figure out how she does it. Those puppy dog eyes she gets for starters. I'm not surprised that she managed to rope you into an exercise routine. If Rin weren't just as stubborn as she is, I'm sure that Amy would have gotten her out and running with you too. That reminds me, Rin said hello. I tripped to the outer edge of the conversation again as we moved into the dining room to eat. It smells delicious in here, and the spread that Amy's mom has produced is impressive. Well, you have much enough to feed an army in here. Is it too much? Well, you can always take some leftover with you when you go. That sounds great. I can only handle cafeteria for food for so long. Something home cooker would be a welcome change of pace. What he said, thanks mom. The food tastes as good as it smells, and there's a lull in the conversation while we all dig in. And we are on the plate with the usual amount of gusto, and I will admit that I set a pretty fast pace myself. So he said I hear that you and my daughter here have gotten rather close. The urge to say something like not really is so strong that I open my mouth to say it, but then reassured control. We are close, but there's no getting around it. I mean, Amy's brought me here, hasn't she? Fortunately, both Amy and her mother seems to take my reaction as a sign I'm caught off guard, rather than considering saying something cruel. I suppose we have. I blame the morning runs myself. You make it sound like a bad thing he saw. Well, I for one found it a relief. Why is that? Amy always been a popular girl, but never made many close friends. This is a bit of news to me. I've always seen Amy chatting with her classmates in the hallways, and certainly the whole tracker team seems to love her, but it is true that she chooses to isolate herself during lunch with me and me. Not exactly the sort of behavior one expects from popular girl at all. Then again, I experienced her unwillingness to get close firsthand, so I can say that I'm that surprised. I was beginning to hammer it out. Amy rolls her eyes to the ceiling and grumbles something I can't quite make out. Huh? What? What's that you just said? Nothing. Mrs. Ibarazaki jokes on her drink with after. You've been hanging out with the nurse too long, Amy. I'm going to have to talk to him about corrupting my daughters. Somehow I don't think that would be very effective. I learned most of it from you anyway. Not the nurse. Don't listen to her, she's a born liar. Yeah, right. Oh, I don't know, Amy. I think your mother has a point. What? You traitor, you're supposed to take my son on this. Yeah, but you did You did lie about your legs after the meet. A kick in the shins from an unmistakably plastic foot cuts me off, but not before Mrs. Ibarazaki's eyebrows shoot upwards. What about your leg? It wasn't a big deal, that's all. I just was in a wheelchair for a bit. The last few mumble words are quickly deciphered by Amy's mothers. I suspect she has experience with that sort of thing, and a worried frown appears on her face. So that's why he kept dodging my call. Oh, Amy, I know how much you hate being in the wheelchair. No wonder you've been in such a mood lately. Yeah, she's much happier on her feet, so to speak. Well, of course, she spent enough time in the chair just after the accident. She didn't get a prosthetic immediately. No, she had to finish healing up before they let her start the sort of therapy you got to go through to adjust to those things. Especially since she wanted to run on them. I had no idea. Yeah, it sucks. Or did you see Rin's mural at the festival? Every sudden change of topic makes me realize belatedly that she's been fidgeting the whole time. Her mothers and I have been talking. I should have figured on her being a little skittish when it comes to talking about the accident, even around her mothers. No, I didn't make it out to the festival, remembers? Although I caught a glimpse of it at your chat meet, it seems pretty weird to me. I think that's more or less what she was going for. She talked a lot about it being dreamy-like, or trying to make it dreamy-like. Rin's art is one of those things I don't think I'll ever understand. That's not surprising. I don't think Rin's expect to be understood. She tells me once that I allow people to understand stuff that we wouldn't understand otherwise, but all the same, she doesn't think it actually worked that way. I'm surprised that Amy talked about this with Rin instance simply enough to actually have Rin's opinion, such as he is. Although I expect that Rin could not, if she were so inclined, say the same thing about Amy. Unless, of course, Amy is purposely keeping me in the dark about everything, which is likely, but unpleasant to think about. I put down this unpleasant train of thought for a while, losing track of the conversation. Hey Amy, I've been meaning to ask. Huh? Are you going to visit your father this year? From the way she said, you think Amy's mother was talking about the weather. From the way Amy's react, it's clear not the weather they're talking about. And she flinches a slight jerking of the head backwards as if she's just been slapped in the face. Can we talk about this later? Her voice sounds brittle, strained. It looks as if she's been severely stricken by this question. It seems like Mrs. Ibarazaki misjudged just how close Amy and I are. Something it seems obvious not converse about with me around. Her father is one of those things. The accident that took her legs is probably another one of those things. If her reaction to the earlier conversation between her mother and myself is any indication, it doesn't take Amy's mother long to realize she screwed up. Of course we can, dear. So I'm sorry to bring this up. I just wanted to ask if I can make plans. It's fine, don't worry about it. Amy fidgets nervously as if embarrassed by her own reaction. I confess that her reaction is confusing. She only just mentioned her father to me earlier today, less than a few hours ago. Yeah, she only just mentioned her father to me earlier today, less than a few hours ago. Even before the lunch, before the meal. Why does the simple question about when she would visit her father get such a strong reaction? Unless whatever serenity she claimed to have reached by mean about talk the previous evening has suddenly evaporated, or it didn't happen as much as she thought or claimed. I'll be right back. Gotta visit the little girl's room, which means the restroom, by the way. Amy gets up suddenly and leaves the table, leaving me and Mrs. Ibarazaki alone. I'm a little conflicted. Should I go after her or should I stay here? It's obvious that Amy's departure was not based on the core of nature. Something's bothering her, and I have to know what it is. The only way to find out is to go to the source, and the source is currently pretending that she has to use the toilet. Yeah, I can skip the choice of either talking to her mothers and or just go after hers. I excuse myself politely from the table and head that way, only to catch sight of Amy not in the bathroom but in the kitchen just next to the living room. Amy left the door opens as I approach, I can see that she's holding on to the table in an attempt to compose herself, an effort that fails as I open my mouth. Doesn't look like the nature course was that urgent. Amy jumps and glares at me. What are you doing here? I didn't come to here to be with other people. I just wanted to help you. You look pretty rattled. I said it was nothing, didn't I? And besides, I thought we established that you can help me. Now we established that you were stubborn. Look who's talking, the guy who followed me. This is different. I want to help you with whatever it is. Funny because I just want you to leave me alone. But why? Why can't you just trust me? Why can't you just trust me? We've been over this already, he said. I got to deal with this stuff on my own. I won't accept that you need my help and you just won't take it. My wording seems to have been a little off. I need your help. Well, it's a good thing we met, isn't it? Because otherwise, I guess I'd just be in a broken human being, wouldn't I? No, it's a dang good thing that his son came along to save the day, isn't it? Because God knows I can save myself, can I? I'm just a poor, emotionally damaged girl with no legs, right? I mean, you know I don't think that. Really, because if you thought differently, then I don't think you'd be here saying I need your help. I can't grieve for in life as a normal human being without you. So what? Nothing we shared was important. I'm just a guy who hang out with you. And you're my boyfriend, his son, not my saviors. Well, no, that's much is obvious. You would even consider that I could be here ahead to you with you. You just bottle it all up and hope that run will solve your problems, or you come visit me and we fool around until you feel better. That's not being a healthy human being, Amy. That's not what a relationship means. Well, it's what it means to me right now, he sound. I wish. She seems to reconsider her word. Just then, a flicker of pain, of doubt on her face. For a moment, I think she's about to cry. But the moment passes, and now she composes herself again. Whatever that wish was, will have to go unspoken. Look, I can't do this. I can't do this right now. What? Have a serious conversation. Be open. Be honest. Give a damn about anyone besides yourself and your problem. What do you know about my problem? Nothing. You don't know what I've been through, so don't pretend that you do. I know you have nightmares, and I know your father's gone. What happened to them? What happened to him? Emmy's head jerks backward as if I just slapped her. That brittle quality has gotten back into her voice. That's enough. This is stupid. The whole conversation has just been variation on Emmy's stonewalling me. What, you won't even answer that question? Fine, keep your secret. They can lie in that grave as far as I'm concerned. Emmy's eyes widened in shock while she speaks again. It's in a voice that is low dangerous. Get out of my house, he sounds. The sudden change in the tone snapped me out of my self-righteous angers and makes me realize with a dawning horror of what I just said. Emmy, I didn't mean. I said go, he sounds. Tell my mother that she cooked a wonderful meal, but you got forgotten a prior engagement, and get out of my house. She's trembling now, shaking with anger or sadness or determination. Her voice is still low, control, almost a growl. I reach out to put an arm on her shoulder to apologize for going too far, but she jerks away from my touch. Get out! What can I do? I walk out of the kitchen and go to the living room, make my apologies to Mrs. Ibarazaki, and let myself out. Wow, one choice that helped me to skip the nurse advice to skip talk to the mothers, skip all those choices and go straight to Misha's. Wow, thanks Misha. You gave me a very good advice. The morning alarm sounds and I roll over, switching it off. My eyes open blearily to stare at the ceiling. What am I going to do? Do I get out of bed or go down to the track and pretend that nothing happened? Will Amy even show up after last evening's event? I doubt it. Even supposing that she did, what would I do then? Get over this fight just to dance the same routine the next time with something bothering her? I know that I spoke hastily last evening, especially trying to use her father as leverage. But was anything I said really off the mark? She won't let me in, ever, and she be forced to suffer alone. Nothing I do, nothing I say is going to change that. She won't change, and she already decided to keep me at arm's length. Can I really bring myself to go down there and see her, knowing that I'm never going to get past where I am now? No, I decide I really can. Not today. I roll over and go back to sleep. She probably won't be there anyway. A similar mental conversation repeats itself when it comes to time to go to lunch, and I eat in a cafeteria alone. I don't want to see her. The very thought makes me feel ill. That night I go for a run. I'm solo for the first time since Amy got sick after the track meet. Skip seeing the nurse just in case he asks about Amy. I don't want to talk about her either. The next day I do the same thing, alarm off, stay in bed, eat alone, run alone to fill the time that I would usually be spending with Amy. I start reading more. It works surprisingly well until I find myself ducking into the restroom because I see her walking down the hall in between classes. If she noticed me, she didn't show it, even though I don't suppose she ever showed anything. Certainly not to the girls from her class. I see her talking cheerfully to her or to her fellow track members, especially not to me. Alarms off, stay in bed. With I have lengthy talk about the possibility that string theory is plausible. I don't buy it myself. More than 4 dimensions I can buy, but a bunch of vibrating string at the subatomic level, that's asking for a bit much. Looks like I'm not the only one who to think this way too. Apparently, it's not really as strong as a theory as it once was. Moto says that just because nobody has found the right way of looking at the data yet. Eat alone. The rooftop is deserted today. I briefly wonder where Amy and Rinza are, but struck up the question. The important thing is that they aren't here, so I won't have to talk to them. Since I have nobody to talk to, I bring the book with me to read. The weather's nicer, it's getting a little hot. Hopefully it will be cooler in the evening. A cool breeze seems to back up my theory. Run alone? Is this in fact cooler at the track? No sign of Amy, which is exactly the sort of thing I'm going for. I stretch out and start my usual run, trying hard to ignore the lack of running partners in front of me. Finding my thoughts drifting damnably to that courage laugh, incorrigible grin, those white and friendly eyes, her incredibly toned body. I increase the pace to clear my head, chew up the distance between me and the turns, find the speed that makes me think only of my legs and how much they burn. I glance at my watch as I around the final run, noting that my time's gotten faster. My heart seems a little squirrely tonight, so I give myself a few extra cool down laps just to be safe. No reason to bring this to the nurse's attention. I'll be fine, or rather Amy-ish thought to help. I admit. I hope not. I have to hope that eventually I stop thinking about her so much. I finished another book before going to bed last night. I have to stop by the library tomorrow. And lights off. And he's out. Go to sleep. I don't know why I keep the early alarm on anymore, but it wakes me up. The next morning it's just the same. I still turn it off and go back to sleep. And here we are. Misha comes to the rescue. That afternoon, as I get ready to head to the cafeteria for another solo lunch, I got a new book about a couple of common in ancient Persia that I'm pretty excited about reading. I'm suddenly cornered by Misha and... I guess just Misha. No Shizune. How to eat alone again, Hichan? We noticed, you know. We? Hichan and I noticed that you've been spending more time alone. She wanted me to find out why, so I told her I asked you. I'm surprised she didn't ask me herself. She would have, but she wanted to get a head start on some paperwork. There's a lot of it since we're coming up on the end of the term, you know. Why the sudden interest in my well-being anyway? She just said it's a duty of the student council to keep track of the emotional health of its students to allow constituent to spiral into depression unchecked would be an unforgivable failure in the council's duties. But that's easy then, I'm not depressed. But you're eating alone and nobody sees you and Amy together, or something happened, didn't it, Hichan? Misha's voice takes on a slightly sterner tone, though somehow she keeps the familiar lilt at the end of her sentence. I purse my lip, uncertain about how to respond. Yep, the right answer is to give in and let Misha knows. Because you cannot deal this alone. You need your friends. You need your friends to help you, you know. Well, I suppose someone else knowing about my problem can hurt. Heck, maybe Misha can even offer some advice. We had a fight at her house. I keep trying to get close to her and she won't let me get close, and I said something stupid and she threw me out. Have you talked to her since then? Misha looks genuinely concerned. I'm surprised and I'm almost expect her to drop the subject after finding out what the trouble was. Even more surprising is how quickly I find myself spilling my guts to her. Now, I just can't bring myself to face her like after that. I made a complete fool of myself and she probably hates me now anyway, especially since I haven't seen her since then. You're pretty slow, Hichan. This doesn't sound like advice, huh? Misha places her hand on her hips and launches into a speech that would sound more plausible coming from Shizune. The solution to your problem is simple. You have to go to apologize to her. Leaving things like this will just make things worse. You can't know that she hates you now unless she tells you. Otherwise, there's no evidence that what you fear is true. And if you really care about her, shouldn't you be worried about how she's taking all this? Via sudden start, I realized that she's right. I kept waking up to an early alarm because part of me wants to meet Amy at the track for our runs. I keep running because I know that Amy would worry about me if I didn't stay healthy. When I went on the roof yesterday, I was half hoping that she would be up there and felt disappointed when she wasn't. I'm an idiot. Kinda, Hichan. So, go apologize to her as soon as you can, okay? I opened my mouth to say that I'll do it right away, but the lunch bell rings and I realized that I still have afternoon classes to attend. First thing after class is over, I'll go see her, I promise. And thanks for the advice, I guess. Misha beams at me as if I were a child that had just learned his ABC. Good, I'll let Hichan know that you're okay then. Oh yeah, you do that. We are waved and completely disregarding the fact that people are starting to trickle back into the classroom as opposed to out of it. Misha departs the classroom. I suppose she and Shizune have student council business again. While the afternoon wears on, I find myself impatient for a lesson to end. I need to see Amy now. I have to try to set things right. Even if Amy hates me now, I have to at least apologize. I owe her that much. Should I meet her in the room? No, I decide it would delay things too much. If I know Amy, then I can find her at the track. Still have no idea what I'm going to say when I get there, but I take comfort in knowing that Amy wouldn't probably wouldn't have planned for something like this either. Play it by ears. Stop being nervous and just get to the track. Figure the rest out when I get there. The truck looms ahead, and another jolt of nerves hits me in the guts. I resist the urge to turn and walk away. And instead note with satisfaction that I was right, and Amy was still running. Amy is still running. I don't make myself immediately known. I finally sit in the bleachers and watch her run instead, thinking back to the earlier meeting. After a few trips around the track, Amy noticed me and skids to her horns, an expression of surprise that slides easily into one of anger. What are you doing here? Not quite the response I hoped for, but at this point I don't have much of a choice. I wanted to apologize for what I said the other day. The other day? She laughs, a exclamation of disbelief. It's been almost a week, he sounds. Yeah, well, better late than never, right? Amy crosses her arm and stares at me cruelly as if just sizing me up. Finally, she nods. I suppose you're right. Water under the bridge then. I forgive you. Is that all? And no argument. We chill now. Her almost impatient question catches me so off guard that she already halfway down the track before I think to shout after her. No, wait. She doesn't seem to have heard me, or she doesn't want to hear me. And so I give a chase, disregarding completely the fact that I'm not dressed for it. My feet hurts and my shirt collar feels like a noose around my neck, but I still chase after her because if I don't, I lose my chance. Amy hasn't started to really accelerate it yet, which is probably the only reason why I'm not able to catch up to her, to reach out and tap her on the shoulders just before my legs gives up, running in dress shoe and stumble to a stop. Surprisingly, fortunately, all that running seems to have paid off. I'm short of breath, yes, but at least my heart isn't actively trying to force its way out of my ribcage. My touch on her shoulder has stopped Amy, and while there is a flash of concern when she sees me catching my breath, it seems that she has a good idea of what I'm capable of too. The concern is short-lived. What? She seems so irritated by my being still there that I almost lose my nerve, but I lost my nerve enough. I need to explain myself. Why I can't just let the matter rest. Amy folds her arm and bounces one blade on the ground in an approximation of tapping her foot impatiently. Angry as she is, and as nervous as I am, she still looks beautiful. Okay, Hisa explained. The thing is, I know that you're really sensitive about the accident about your dad. I can see Amy's face twitch at the mention of the two things that have been steadily driving us apart, or at least make me feel like we've been driven apart. But that's why I want to know about them, I think. Because I see how much they hurt you, and I want to be there to comfort you. It makes me miserable seeing you sleepless and depressed, and don't pretend you aren't, because I know, okay? I just remember that night when you fell asleep with me and had that nightmare, and that you were happy to have me there when you woke up. I want to be able to be there for you like that whenever you need me to be. The stone face cracks slightly. Amy interrupts before I can continue further. Just stop right there. We can't see each other anymore, okay? She's rushing now, looking everywhere but at me. I'm surprised she doesn't bolt. She knows I can catch her. We're not right for one another's. That's not true, and you know it. No, it's true. You're too. I know that you. I've been being pushy about knowing your past. If you can't tell me yet, then at least let me be there. If I don't know the reason, it's okay. I promise I won't ask you why you need comfort. I'll just give it freely. Amy shaking her head, and tears seems to be threatening the corner of her eyes. Stop saying that. Why? Because you're afraid you would take me up on it? I'm not afraid. I can't keep the chilly tone from my voice as I respond. Yes, you are. You told me so yourself, remember? That's okay, really it is. However, it seems to me that someone who managed to come out of that wreck and still be as energetic and cheerful as you are will be determined enough to face that fear. Determination? What do you know about determination? I know there's a girl so determined to take care of a total stranger that she steal his food at the festival. I know that there's a girl so determined to help me with my own problem that she draw up a complete dietary and exercise plan, and that she's not only draw up the plan, but she follows them with me even when she couldn't run. determined enough to keep me at arm's length that she put herself through emotional pain if she thought it was the right thing to do. Although there is one thing that this determined girl didn't quite plan for, which was that I might feel that same kind of determination to keep her from being hurt. I fell in love with you, and I refuse to let that be thrown away because you're afraid of losing me. One little control Amy still has at this point cracks. I find myself suddenly enveloped in her embrace as she cries. Why are you doing this? Why can't you just leave me alone? I hold her close and plant a kiss on the top of her head. I'm sorry, Amy. You helped me when I first arrived. So now I have to help you. It's only fair. You're utterly hopeless. Did you know that? She hiccups and trembles a little. Funny, I could say the same about you. Can you do something for me, Hisao? Anything. Can you go now? It feels like she's just shoved a knife through my chest. Go? I need to think, okay? I can't just tell you everything yet. I'm still scared, but when you're around, I can't think clearly. But do me another favor. What's that? Show up for our morning run tomorrow. I smile, feeling better than I have all weeks. Of course, I wouldn't miss this for the world. Amy steps back slowly, almost reluctantly. She sniffles a little and then grins at me, a rich smile that lights up the track, overpowering the fading evening nights. See you tomorrow, Hisao. Okay. She does forward suddenly, planting a soft kiss on my lip, then steps back shyly. Spinning on her back foot, she takes up her running again, and I know that our conversation at an end. My lips tingle with the warmth of that big kiss and the memories of others' longer kisses. I walk back to my room with a spring in my step. Tomorrow when my alarm goes off, I get up. And we made it to Act 4. We make it to Act 4. We are going to visit Amy's fathers. The morning sun is bright through my open window, and the sounds of my alarms quickly has me up and about. I slept surprisingly well last night, secure in the knowledge that at least I got another chance with Amy. I can't just keep myself from doing anything stupid, and maybe I'll find out what's been eating her recently. I have a few educated guesses, but nothing concrete, and suddenly nothing that I'm going to say to her. I much prefer to have her tell me herself. Amy is waiting for me as promised, looking a little haggard, but otherwise bright and cheerful, much more so than any previous day this week. It's like you're late. I raise my hand dismissively. Nonsense, you're just early. Amy grins back, and it feels like we're finally back where we should be with one another's. Except now Amy, not just me, wants to take another step forward, although the part of me worries that she'll back out at the last second. Hurry up and stretch, Hisao. I don't want to miss the bus. The bus? Yeah, the bus. I want to show you something and I don't want to be late. Oh, okay. I try not to grin too wide. I'm happy beyond words that Amy wants to hang out after the run-up. Oh, but her promise of showing me something has me even more intrigued. Is that what she had to think about? I wonder just what she's planning to do. I quickly go through my warm-up routine while Amy bounces impatiently from one foot to the others. She really does seem to want to get moving as soon as possible. The run is over so quickly I can barely believe that I haven't fallen over passing out afterwards. Amy set a blistering pace and I, in my foolishness, kept up with her. Well, until the last few laps, I had to slow down it just in case, but I don't mind, and Amy is waiting patiently for me when I finish, especially as she can wait anyway. Finish? Good, come on. Grabbing my arm, she practically rushes me down to the nurse office. You seem in a hurry, Amy, trying to catch the early bus? Yeah, I told Mom I'll be back for lunch. Well, I'll take care of you first then. But he's gotta come with me too. The nurse raises a single eyebrow at this statement and peers at the two of us searchingly. Really? Today, huh? Amy's response is a nod, followed by a surprisingly shy grin. Well then, we make this quick. Amy entered the nurse's office and I patiently wait outside for her to be finished, wondering just why the nurse seems to be surprised by Amy's declaration. I feel like I'm missing out on something or the significance of today, beyond the fact that it is clearly significant in some way, of course. True to his word, the nurse has Amy out of his office surprisingly quickly, and I take her place. After promising to meet up at the front gate, the nurse takes my pulse and listens for a bit. Your heartbeat's faster than usual, been pushing yourself, can I help you? Well, Amy seems in the rush to get through the run though, so... Well, I'm not surprised. Today is rather important to her, you know. I suspected that could be the case, but I have no idea why that's the case. She hasn't told you? Interesting. So you're not going to tell me either, hey? No, I'm not. I suspect that Amy has a plan for explaining today to you, and I don't want to mess with that. You'll find out soon enough, so what's the rush? Now, as for your heart, I would take it easy the rest of the day. No spontaneous race or anything like that, got it? Got it. She won't have her running legs on today. She wouldn't have her running legs on anyway, right? No, but if you think something like that is going to stop her, good point. I don't think it will be much of the issue today of all day, but still. If he's trying to reassure me he's doing a terrible job, I'm going to become more and more worried about what today could be for, like suddenly find out Amy is a cold or something. At the same time, if today is such a big deal and Amy wants me to be with her for it, then maybe she really does want to grow closer to me. Maybe this will be the answer to all the riddles, to the sleepless night, and the sudden mood swing. Either way, I barely remember to thank the nurse before taking off as quickly as I dare from my room to get shower and throw on some decent looking clothes. If today is as important as it seemed to be, I should dress appropriately. Amy of course proves me wrong as soon as I reach the front gate, wearing her usual shirt and shorts, so at least I know it's not a terribly formal affair, whatever it is. You are early, he sounds. Not as early as you, eager are we? Amy cheekily pokes out her tongue. The bus stop isn't very crowded at this hour, which seems to please Amy, and we end up relaxing a little as we wait. We sit in silence for a while, but I can tell that Amy is trying to work herself up to say something. I don't have anything to say myself, so I sit waiting for her to talk. It doesn't take too long. So I'm sure you're curious as to why the nurse thought it was so weird for me to be bringing you along today. I was a bit, yes, but if you're not ready to tell me. Amy stopped my sentence by placing a finger on my lips. Don't tell me, I want to tell you this, but I'm just uncertain as to how to go about it. I don't want to keep delaying or deferring. I just want to be able to say it. So say it. You know that it's not going to be that easy for me, so treat it like running. Warm up to it with something small and easy, and go from there. But don't do it too fast, okay? I'm a patient man. I can't wait for you to get to it. Amy seems to consider my word, weighing them against what is probably the desire to get it over with. I will admit, as much as I keep telling Amy to take her time, I wouldn't mind her getting it over with either. But somehow I know that Amy probably needs more time that the bus ride will provide to get it all out, whatever it is. Yeah, maybe you're right. The bus stop probably isn't the best place for this anyway, but just to make sure that I don't go back on any word, I'll at least say this. She takes a deep breath, lets it out, and after a moment says in a low voice, "We are going to see my dad today." The words hangs in the air, and I can see that Amy is afraid that I'll panic and disappear in the response, which a part of me almost want to do. But it would be stupid of me to back out or to suddenly abandon the promise I made to be there for Amy when she needs me. The nurse thought it was so weird of her to bring me along. She doesn't bring anyone along, or at least I'm willing to bet that she hasn't before today. The day seems to take on an even greater significance. Has it taken Amy to get this far? And why is that the best I can manage as a response? Yeah, I don't know what I should say. Nothing, I think. Just promise that you're going to come with me. Of course, I will. Amy smiles wanly, looking a little relieved. Good, in that case we better get going. The bus pulls up just a little after she finishes the sentence. A vague memory of my first trip out here come to mind as I step off the bus, but unfortunately, they are too vague to be of any use. I will be the first to admit that I don't quite recall how to get Amy's house, so I let her lead the way. She seems content to walk in silence, and I myself have no idea what I could possibly say, so the two of us arrived at her house, having said nothing since getting off the bus. Amy musters opened the door and doesn't seem surprised to see me standing next to her daughters. I expect that Amy would have phoned ahead. They let her mother know of the change of plan. Amy, you're just in time. Lunch is almost about ready. Lunch is about ready. Great. I was afraid we might be running late. As fast as you were going this morning, I doubt there was much of the chance of that. I certainly hope she wasn't too much of a bother herself. She tends to get a little paranoid about being on time when food's involved. I hadn't noticed. This earns me a swat on the arms from Amy, who despite the serious nature of our conversation on the bus and the almost brooding quiet walk, has quickly become cheerful again. Probably to keep her mother from worrying about wherever it is Amy plans to tell me later. Mrs. Ibarazaki ushers us in, and in short, orders we around the table devouring lunch. I hadn't realized how hungry I was until I got here, but for once I seem to be eating almost as much as Amy. Goodness, it is a good thing I made so much, the two of you acting like you haven't eaten in days. I skipped breakfast this morning. Me too. I had to catch the bus, I assume. That, and I figure you make too much food, so it wouldn't matter if I skip breakfast. Well, it's good to know that I'm predictable. Amy nods enthusiastically, and conversation falls up again as we very nearly clear the table of anything edible. It's a testament to the sheer amount of food on offer that we don't finish everything. I lean back in my chair with a sigh and thanks Mrs. Ibarazaki for the food. I'm glad you like it, he said. Now, has Amy told you where we're going? Yeah, sort of. Is it far from here? Not really, but we're driving there to save time. It closes kind of early. I nod in assent and stand up ready to go. Well then, shall we? Mrs. Ibarazaki nods and leaves the room to grab her keys. Amy, I notice, has started to fidget nervously. Second thoughts? Amy smiles tightly at me and shrugs. She's fallen silent again, which probably means that I'm right, and she is starting to regret bringing me along. Not that I blame her, she does such a good job shutting me out that I doubt it's easy to suddenly open up. Honestly, I'm worried that she's forcing it. But she said while waiting for the bus that I'm not supposed to give her a chance to back out, and since I promised to go with her anyway, I suppose there's not much of a choice. I can't go back on my promise, and she can't go back on hers. I just hope that both of us are up to it. We are off. Amy Mothers blows her through the dining room, collected the two of us, and head out the door at a brisk pace. Now that I know where her daughter gets from. The car pulls up at the cemetery gates, and I feel Amy tense up beside me. I reach over and give her a hand a comforting squeeze, which causes her to relax a little. Amy's mother doesn't follow us, explaining that she prefers to visit the grave alone. Amy steps through the gates and look back, as if to make sure I'm still there. We step into the cemetery. I don't feel comfortable in the cemetery. Gravestone litter the ground, each one serving as a reminder that someone used to be alive and is no longer. How many passed away young? How many were as old as I am now? When do I wind up with a mockery of my own? How much longer do I have left? The concept of not waking up, not seeing Amy anymore is not a happy one. It frightens me, and I very nearly turn around and exit right then and there. I don't want to go among people who pass away. I don't want to see their stone and think about who they were or what they could have been if they only had more time. When I look at the girl next to me and my resolve returns, Amy striding purposefully down the path, eyes clear, singing a pace that's very nearly a jog. The sooner we get there, I suspect she thinks, the better. We're here. A gravestone wholly unremarkable in everything except for the names etched upon it. The grass has grown up now around the base. Amy's eyes are riveted to the stone. After a few moments, she turns around looking surprisingly calm yet solemn. Pink's not actually my favorite color, you know. What? I'm warming up to it. But you pretend to think that pink is my favorite color. I think it's because I like strawberry, and even though those are red, they just assume that pink's the right color for strawberries. And it's my favorite color, but it's not. I'm too polite to anyone otherwise, of course. And it's not the kind of thing worth worry about, but I'll bet even you. Topping was my favorite colors. Blue, that's my favorite colors. My mom and dad are the only two who knows that, and now you do too. Thanks for telling me, I think. You're welcome. There's a pause as she considered what to say next, drawing a quick breath. I can carry a tune to save my life, I can hum, but actually singing a song is something I'll never be able to do. I don't mind because I'm not a fan of karaoke anyway, but that's one potential date ideas out the window. People all think that I'm a really popular and friendly person, but I only have a few close friends, probably because I keep everyone in the dark, but I think it's also because I hate the idea of losing a close friend. There aren't many people worth the risk. I'm terrible at saying goodbye. I sometimes think that I only run because it's what I used to do with my fathers. You're not my first boyfriend. I dated a guy for a long while during my second year at Yamaku, but in the end we broke up because I didn't want to get closer to him. He couldn't live with that distance between us. Her rate of speaking increased slightly, as if she rushing towards the finish line. I'm actually 1 year older than you. Everybody thinks I'm younger because I'm short, but I had to skip 1 school year because of my accident. They initially thought I was paralyzed when they pulled me out of the wreckage. I lost my leg already, but they were afraid that I wouldn't even be able to use what there was left of them. After surgery, it was clear that their initial assessment was mistaken. I couldn't feel my legs because of the shock. Short-term paralysis due to the other trauma I experienced. My recovery was one of the fastest they ever seen. So also they told me. I never found out if they were serious about that or if they told that to all the patients learning to walk again. She pauses, gathering herself for one last effort. 8 years ago today, I lost my leg and I lost my father as well. He passed away on the way to the hospital. I didn't even get to go to the gravesite until 2 months later and couldn't attend his funerals. I'm so sorry. Don't be, that's what everyone always said, that they are sorry. I hate hearing that, like anyone could have done anything to change what happened. You know the best piece of advice I got? These things happen. I don't even remember who said it, but I guess they didn't have anything better to say. But it's true, you know. These things happen, and there's nothing you can do about it. They aren't necessarily planned, and they aren't always bad, and they aren't always good, but they are. So I made the decision that I would live without worrying about the future, and to be sure that I never had to say goodbye again, I decided that I wouldn't let people get close to me anymore. After all, they could be taken away at any time, and you know what? She laughs a little bitterly. Her eyes start to well up with tears, and I step forward to embrace her, but she holds up a hand to stop me. Not finished. A deep breath, and she continues. It works pretty well until I met you, and I saw that you were trying to adjust to stop here, so I thought I'd help. Then you were so nice, I couldn't help it. The tears are flowing now, and she accepts the embrace this time. The rest of her sentence is mumbled into my chest. I tried not to fall for you, but I did. And then I tried to keep you at a distance, like with my first boyfriend, but I couldn't. But I've been so scared, because I don't want to lose you, and I might anyway. Hey, I'm still around, right? And maybe I won't be forever, but don't you think it will be fun while it lasts? Neither of us could survive the day. There could be a bus crash or something, but so long as I know that I've been with you, I don't think it matters. A sudden thought struck me, and I can't help but laughing. My condition had me scared of dying so badly that I immediately seized on the opportunity Amy presented to improve my odds of living longer. But without Amy, would there have been any motivation to keep up with my running? It hits me that Amy is the reason I want to go running every day, so I can spend as much time with her as possible. Amy looks up at me, confused. We go on living until we stop, and when we stop living, we'll be able to know that at least we had time together, and I wouldn't have it any other way, because I love you, Amy, and right now that's enough for me. Amy smiled through her tears and stepped back from me. You know, it's funny. What is? I thought that the best way to live in the moment was to do it alone, but now I don't think I have it any other way either. I'm glad I met you, he sighed. This thing happens. Amy and I stayed by the grave for a while, and as Amy pays her respect to her father, when she's ready to go, we exit the graveyard side by side. Emi's mother drives back to Yamaku. The trip back is very quiet. We wave goodbye as the car drives off, and I glance down at the girls leaning on my arm. How are you feeling? Emi shrugs non-committally. I'll be fine, come on, let's go. We pause outside the girls' dorm and I turn to face Emi, ready to say goodbye. Why don't you come up for a while? Okay. The walk up to her room is in silence. I'm not sure why I suppose I'll be turned away at the door. I guess I just assume she wants to be alone. Her mom, the nurse, heck, everyone who knew the significance of today seems to think it's best to leave Emi alone. But she took me into the graveyard with her. She told me the whole story of what happened on the day she lost her leg. She wanted me around. The significance of this does not escape me. Emi opens the door and steps into her room, not even bothering to invite me in, holding the doors for me expectantly. I step in and the door swings shut behind me. Hey, can I ask you a favor? Sure, can't guarantee I'll do it, but... Emi giggles and puts me into a kiss that starts out soft but deepens into something almost desperate. Stay with me, please. Sure, I'll stay with you. And also I show you at the beginning of the episode that I actually do a quick check to see if the 18 plus patch inside the game folders works, and it actually works. And yeah, I actually see what happens because I tested the 18 plus inside the games folders and it works. And yeah, we are going to the finals Emi's Adon scene. I'll stay with you. Her voice has dropped to a whisper. The question is barely audible over the sound of my own breathing. There's something about the way that she's asked that question, the hesitancy in it, the quiet voice, that makes me think she doesn't mean tonight. No, she means exactly what she says. Stay with me, not tonight or forever, because both of us know there's no such thing as forever. There's no time limit to her request. There's just the request, the favor. Can I do that? Can I stay with her? Of course. And we are ready. Let's do it. We embrace again, Emi guiding me towards her bed, stepping backward with care until she sits down on the edge. She got my shirt off by this point, and I similarly lifted her over her head. Bras and all, her shorts comes off just as quickly. With practice ease, she removes her legs and pulls me onto the side of the bed with her, my hand coming around her smooth shoulders. I cast my gaze over her face, down her neck, follow the line to the swell of her chest before I lower my head, planting kisses across her chest, listening to her breath hitch as her hand slides further and further down my chest. As I work my way back up to her neck, I can feel her hand working at my belt, now fumbling slightly with the buckle, now unbuttoning, and now unzipping until my pants fall to the floor. Her panties are noticeably darkened in the right place, showing that my earlier administration had produced some result. I step back quickly and shut my boxer and move back in as Emi reaches over to a drawer on her nightstand, removing a small foil package. She tears it open with a quick jerk of her teeth and reaches down to apply the protections, which as always causes me to gasp a little. Her expression suddenly changes as she takes the view of me in. Wait a second, are you still in your sock? I pause and look down. Apparently I am. Yeah, does that matter? Take them off. It's weird you still have them on. You know, you still got your socks on too. Yes, but I don't have my legs on, so it doesn't count. Unable to deny her logic and impatient to have the conversation over anyway, I quickly removed the offending items. I'm so eager to get back at Emi that I practically jump on top of her, pushing her down playfully. Amy giggling and squirming quickly ends, replaced by a happy sigh as I enter her, breathing deeply as she savors the feeling. She spreads her arms to grasp the sheet. Her breath is in my ears as I begin moving, whispering words of encouragement, nipping at my neck, now at my mouth. My hips hit the edge of the mattress, shaking up the bed. A part of my brain briefly wonder if I should try to be quieter before succumbing to the waves of pressure racing up my spine. Amy's stomach tenses as she grows closer to the edge, and as our body both begin to glisten with sweat, time begins to become hazy. The sound of my own breathing mingles with Amy's panting, and I ready myself for a final search before surrendering to the rushing waves of climax. Amy's body shudders and she cries out, her fingers digging into my back as I too lose control of myself. My back arches as I let myself go, feeling my body spasm as I I collapse next to Amy, who almost immediately curls against me, smiling. Mentally, I feel grateful that Amy keeps her nails short, otherwise I think she might have drawn blood. I sit up briefly to dispose of the now used protection and lay back down next to Amy, who is in turn taking care of cleaning herself off. For a while, we lay in silence, savoring the feeling of being next to one another's. Amy is the first to speak. Hey Hisao. Thanks for coming with me today. I smile and plants a kiss on her head. Of course, my pleasure. Amy snuggled closer and I can feel her breathing begin to slacken as she begins to drift off to sleep. Just as she about to fall asleep, she wakes up enough to mutter a single sentence. I love you, Hisao. Then she's out like a light, leaving me feeling like I'm on top of the world. I draw the slumbering Amy as close as possible, pulling the covers for us to keep the chill off, and fall asleep as happy as I ever been. Yep, they doing adorn things in the basic way. Yep. The morning light seems to reach further into Amy's room than it does into mine. This results in my waking up earlier than I would have if I had gone back to my room last night. As had previously been our routine, I did not realize it until this morning, but this is the first time we actually spent the night together. A small movement from my partner's still slumbering form causes me to look to the side. Hair splayed across her face. Amy continues to sleep and peacefully curled up next to me. It's slightly weird seeing her without her twin tails, but it's also a look I could get used to. A small side of the bed here necessity on her curling up, but I'm pretty sure she would have done so anyway. The cover are nearly over her head, and I smile as an errant strand of hair causes her nose to twitch slightly. Unable to help myself, I draw her a little closer, a move which she seems to think is a good idea. Her steady breath raises a trail of goosebumps on my chest, but I don't mind. I'm no longer tired, but I do not feel a need to move from my current positions. Amy's warm body in response against mine is far too comfortable to move. I gaze up at the ceiling, consider how it is that we got to this point. We've been close for a while, but not this close. It seemed like only yesterday that she ran into me in the hallway and after apologizing decided to take an interest in my well-being. But that grew into something else, which I at least was not expecting. One thing is for certain, having found Amy, I will try as hard as I can not to lose her. The morning musing is interrupted by further movement from Amy. Her eyes flutter open and she seems briefly confused by my presence in her bed whereas her current state of dress, which is not existent. Then she smiles happily and sits up, her face looking down at me. Good morning, Hisao. Hi, sleep well? Yeah, yeah, I did. Exhausting day yesterday, you know. I think back over yesterday's trips to the graveyard. Yeah, glad to hear you slept well. How you sleep? Well, enough. Although you kept hogging the covers. This earns me a shop and a stuck out or tongue. I chuckle and Amy giggles a little and we fall quiet for wow. I soak up in the feeling of how right it all seems. Waking up with Amy by me, crammed into a bed made for one person. It's something I could get used to. Hey Hisao. Thanks for sticking around. No problem, send me the walker back anyway, right? This draws another giggles, but then Amy's expression turns serious again. No really, I kept trying to push you anyway, because I thought that was the right thing to do, and you stuck around through it all. I haven't made any of this easy for you, but you stuck it out anyway, so really I mean it, thank you. She punctuates this by giving me a kiss, pulling back and looking at me with an expression of affection. I reach up and ruffle her hair, smiling all the while. I'm stupidly lucky, I think, to have come through everything after my heart attack, and to somehow have found this girl is nothing short of a miracle. You're very welcome, Amy. I couldn't bear the thought of giving you up. I'll even continue to stick around if you want. I like that. That settles it then. I don't know how long my heart will keep working, and I don't even really know what I'll do after this year is over, apart from going to university. As long as Amy is around, I think I'll be okay. I managed to help her and she's managed to help me. If we keep doing that, we'll be okay, I think. So Hisao, what do you want to do today? What do I want to do today? Another round? You want to do another round? Okay. I wanted to see I want to see this to see if there's any change. To see if there's any change. I mean, we still get to see the character designs. I don't know if the soundtrack's gonna get me copyright claims. The ending soundtrack. Alright. Wow. I'm not gonna lie though. I kind of miss out. Kind of a lot if adult content is disabled or you download the game on Steam and this didn't have the option, and in order to get the adult contents, you have to go to Katawa Shoujo.com or you go to itch.io, which yeah, the link of the patch is in the description down below. But yeah, with the adult contents, what I've seen today is that explain on some of the wordings afterwards, and with the censorship contents, what you're gonna get is either the random pictures insert with the rat or the Kabocha squash. Alright, let me see the extra. Oh wait, I want to see completion is 48% still. Yeah. The next episode I'm going to play the rinse route again. I promise. Alright? And yeah. Yeah, I see that thing. Yeah, I see that thing. I'm not gonna lie. I really like Amy. Amy so far is my favorite character. So, but people have been very upset that the censorship ruins the other character's storyline, and so far I have zero idea what is going on if I follow Hanako's route or Lily's route and Shizune's route. I look up on the internet. I don't look up for what happened to their route. I only check if I miss out anything this whole time from episode 1 to episode 12. And oh my god, I mean sure that with adult content enables, there's gonna be very nice language, you know, very nice language, but because the Steam censorship policy, then the original creators have to modify some wording, and yeah, you'll be missing out and you will get extremely confused and got misleading so hard because at first I have zero idea of what Katawa Shoujo is about, and I thought it's a family-friendly game. But when I look up on the internet and people were saying that, oh, it's actually a visual novel, and I was like, what? Like, why you say that? And then I check the videos on the internet that also have Amy's good ending, and I saw this. Yeah, I saw this, and I was like, oh no. I was too scared of missing out a lot, and then I go to katawashoujo.com or itch.io, and this whole time there is a 18 plus patch and I missed out a lot. I look at the Steam communities. I don't check the storyline. I only seen Reddit and Steam communities and see question that if the censorship gonna affect the storyline, and it turns out yes. And people are very upset, and I feel like the right things to do is to replay the route but with 18 plus patch inside the Katawa Shoujo game folders, and I feel like it's the right thing to do. And once after the next episode, when I finish the rinse route with 18 plus with 18 plus patches, I will start everything all over again and try to go for either Shizune's route, Lily's route, or Hanako's route. I don't know, okay? I don't know which course is going to be my next route because I still blind reading these visual novels, alright? So, yeah, leave the comments down below. What's your opinion about Katawa Shoujo, the visual novel so far? How is the censorship editing? I know I hate to do this, but this is YouTube. I have no choice. I have no choice. And if you enjoy these videos, give these videos a like. And if you're new to these channels, don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. And I will see you in the next video. Bye! It's almost midnight by the time I was recording this video.